Welcome. Mr. Wiggins, I'll let you know at 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. January 12th, 2019, at about 7 in the morning. Mrs. Redlick is awake in her Winter Park home that she shares with her husband of over 15 years, Michael Redlick. The home that she shares with her 2 minor children, Jaden and Sawyer Redlick. And she is doing what many of us do when we first wake up in the morning. She's on her phone. However, this morning is unlike any other morning because approximately 9 hours before this moment in time, that defendant plunged a knife into the shoulder of Michael Redlick, which would cause him to bleed to death in that home they shared. The home that she is standing in this moment in time looks like something from a horror movie. It is 7:22 in the morning. And Miss Redlick opens up her dating website and she views conversations that she's been carrying on. Through the course of this trial, you are going to learn about a number of individuals. You're going to learn about Michael and Danielle and Jaden and Sawyer. And what you'll learn about Michael is this. He was a senior executive with multiple professional sports teams. He left the professional sports arena and moved to the Central Florida area to work as the Director of External Affairs and Partnerships at the UCF DeVos Sports Management Program. He's a dedicated father. He's a husband. He is a person, and like all people, has his faults. But the evidence will show at the time of the murder that the relationship, which had been terrible for so long, was one that Michael had not given up on, was one that he still wanted to make work. You will learn that Danielle is quite a bit younger than Michael. She was a stay-at-home mom to the 2 children, which of course is a significant job in and of itself. And you will learn that Danielle Redlick had been extraordinarily unhappy in this marriage for a half a decade or more. You'll learn that in January and February of 2018, Miss Redlick comes to believe that Mr. Redlick has been unfaithful. And this would seem to lead to a major decision, which was the defendant's choice to file for divorce. She would ultimately abandon that effort, but in that time period, Michael moves out of the house. He moves to sort of a nearby residence or a nearby townhome, and does everything he can to maintain his relationship with his children. But Michael wasn't done with the marriage. Michael wasn't done wanting to live under that roof, under the roof that he would be murdered in. And so in October of 2018, thereabouts, Mr. Redlick moves back into the home. And what you'll hear from the Redlick children is that there's sort of this period where what was frequently a very toxic relationship between the parents seemed to be trending in a better direction. There wasn't quite the number of arguments, and maybe things were starting to improve. But in December, Ms. Redlick, the defendant, makes a fateful decision. She joins a dating site called meetmindful.com. And you're going to hear from the owner of that dating website, Keith Gruen, and you're going to see the records related to Ms. Redlick's membership in that dating website, and that she put herself down in December 5th of 2018, is that she was looking for a long-term relationship. This is the dating website that defendant opens while her husband is laid out dead on the floor. It will be clear from Ms. Redlick's own statements that you hear in various recordings, her activity on that dating website, that Ms. Redlick never wanted to make this relationship work, that she was done. Despite the fact that she didn't go through the divorce, she was not interested in a life with Mr. Redlick. She wanted to be happy. And happiness for Ms. Redlick was a life beyond Michael. Let's return back to that home on January 12th, 2019. Ms. Redlick stops browsing Meet Mindful, and she begins to search. And what you're going to see through the course of this case are a number of exhibits that were produced from a digital forensic extraction from Ms. Redlick's phone. And so you'll see search history and web history and things of that nature. What you'll see from these searches is that right around that time, right after she's done on the dating website, she begins searching for how to slit her wrists. This is at 7 o'clock in the morning. And you'll see that 7 o'clock turns into 8 o'clock. So now we're 10 hours since she murdered her husband, and she continues to Google how to slit her wrists. She makes it to a website. How long does it take to bleed to death after slitting your wrists? 8 o'clock turns into 9 o'clock. Mr. Redlick has now been dead in that home for 11 hours. It is now 9:28 in the morning. Miss Redlick picks up the phone and for the first time connects to 911. And what you will hear, because you'll hear that recording, is Miss Redlick says, in the first words out of her mouth, the first version of events that she provides, standing in what appears to be out of a horror movie, I think my husband is deceased. He might have died of a heart attack. That's the first version she provides. What you will learn throughout the course of this case is that Miss Redlick makes many, many statements concerning the circumstances of Michael's death. And although the details will change from statement to statement, often in very significant ways, Danielle Redlick maintains she did not kill her husband. Why? Why does Miss Redlick say, after 11 hours in that home with that dead man, that she thinks that he died of a heart attack? The evidence is going to show that from the start, this defendant did everything she could to avoid responsibility for her actions. So what has she been doing for the last 11 hours? The evidence will show that she engages in a significant but failed attempt to clean up the scene. You're going to see the photographs from when law enforcement arrived, everything that Ms. Redlick did to try to avoid responsibility, to try to make this seem like something that it wasn't. Blood-soaked towels, mops soaked in blood, a 5-gallon bucket full of pinkish water, the smell of cleaning fluid striking the nose of the law enforcement officers and CSIs that enter that home. Blood in the primary bedroom shower, which you will learn because you're going to hear from a DNA analyst from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is Michael's DNA, is Michael's blood. So to have a clear picture, as clear a picture as you can about this crime scene and what Ms. Redlick in fact did, the state of Florida is going to present to you the testimony of an expert witness by the name of Stuart James. He is an expert in blood stain pattern analysis. And what he's going to tell you is he's going to tell you that he looked at all the photos in the scene and he can offer some descriptions about what the blood says about what happened. How there are stains that are sort of textbook examples of wipes with an object. That this scene had basically been obliterated by Miss Redlick. What he'll tell you is had Miss Redlick not chosen to try to make this seem like it was something it was not, had she not endeavored to clean up this horror scene, he may have been able to tell you where the stabbing occurred and where Mr. Redlick walked after he was stabbed. But because of this defendant's efforts to cover things up, he won't be able to offer you that testimony. You're also going to hear from a number of individuals who have expertise in fields of digital forensics and cell phone analysis. You're going to hear about, as you've already heard, this extraction that's produced from Ms. Redlick's phone. So in addition to getting the data from the phone, law enforcement requested what are called the call detail records from Ms. Redlick's phone and Mr. Redlick's phone. And what those are records from the cellular provider that show calls and texts between numbers. We had those mapped. You're going to see a mapping presentation to sort of see where Mr. Redlick was, where Miss Redlick was, sort of through this time period. But when you look in those records, you see something that you don't see in Miss Redlick's phone. What you will learn is that the records from the cellular carrier show that Mr. and Mrs. Redlick were texting in the day leading up to his death. That is beyond dispute. But when the digital forensics person goes and extracts the phone, those text messages aren't there. Ms. Redlick has deleted those conversations. So in addition to obliterating the physical evidence on the scene, she obliterates any record of this particular conversation. And all of this relates to two things: the evidence that the state is going to offer to show Ms. Redlick's consciousness of guilt, as well as the evidence that she is guilty of tampering in addition to murder. So I've told you that Michael was stabbed in the shoulder. That's not the end of it. You will hear from the medical examiner, Dr. Sarah Zinovich, and she's going to talk to you about the many injuries that Mr. Redlick sustained, that he has multiple incised wounds. Incised wounds are wounds that come from a sharp and cutting object to his eye and to his torso, that he has bruising through his arm and chest and under his lip and on his temple. She will tell you how some of those bruises are characteristic of what can be referred to as defensive wounds. Let's return back to that 911 call that's in progress. I told you that Miss Redlick provides her first story, that he died, that she thinks he's dead, and that she thinks it could be from a heart attack. But within a couple of breaths, we hear the second story. Miss Redlick says that there was an altercation, that she went and grabbed a knife, that Mr. Redlick took the knife from her and stabbed himself. So now he hasn't died of a heart attack, he's stabbed himself, and she runs to the bathroom, locks herself in the bathroom, and comes out sometime later and finds her husband dead on the floor. So within a couple of breaths of that first story, the jury, will hear the second story. Winter Park Police Department and EMTs arrive in response to this call, and they encounter Miss Redlick. Because Miss Redlick had followed through on those searches and in fact slit her wrists, both of her wrists, and bled all through the scene because of that choice, she is taken to the Advent Health Orlando Hospital. And what you will have an opportunity to review are a number of sort of sources of evidence from that hospital admission. You're going to see photos of Miss Redlick when she was at the scene. You're going to see multiple photos of Miss Redlick at the hospital taken by Winter Park Police Department. But in addition to that, you are going to hear from Dr. Kristen Vandervelde. It's actually going to be a video because she was not available to appear at this particular trial. You're going to see in that video her being the attending ER physician, what Miss Redlick told her about her condition, what Miss Redlick said were her complaints, and what she observed from her examination of Miss Redlick. And ultimately, what you'll find out is that Miss Redlick has slits to her wrist and a bruise on her arm. And that's it. Miss Redlick, when she is when she has had an opportunity to describe any complaints that she has to the doctor, that's all she says. And the physical examination finds nothing else. I told you that Winter Park PD responds to the scene. The lead detective in this case who responds to the scene is Detective Pamela Ware. And Detective Ware responds from the scene to the hospital to try to interview Miss Redlick, in part because the whereabouts of the children are unknown, and in part because they've received this 911 call, a man has stabbed himself, a man has a heart attack. She's trying to get to the bottom of what they've just encountered inside this house. And we get more of a story from Miss Redlick. Miss Redlick tells Detective Ware about sort of the events that led up to Michael killing himself, because that's what she's saying. That Michael had found a text from another man on the phone and had become very upset about it. And that led to the argument, and you'll hear all the details she gives. And then that is the precipitating event that leads to apparently his suicide. Some of what you are going to hear about Michael Redlick throughout this case may not reflect positively on him. Certainly the allegations of infidelity and maybe some aspects of how he reacts to finding out that his wife is talking to another man when they're on the mend is understandable, and maybe some of it will not be understandable. But that's for you to decide how important it is in determining whether Miss Redlick is guilty of this crime. You'll learn that because Miss Redlick has attempted to kill herself, and the evidence will show that this is another example of Miss Redlick's efforts to avoid responsibility for this crime, that she's brought to a mental health facility. She's been Baker Acted. And this Baker Act will lead to 3 additional statements that you hear. While in the Baker Act facility, this defendant calls Detective Ware. You'll hear the call. And I want you to listen closely to the call. because a couple of things are going on in the call. One, you're going to hear Miss Redlick probing for information. You're going to hear her hopeful, somehow hopeful, that this is not going to turn into a murder investigation. That law enforcement is going to encounter that scene and say, yep, this looks like a suicide. Yep, maybe a heart attack, and sort of close a book on it. You'll hear her hopeful that that outcome is still one that's possible. You'll hear her, and it's a small detail, but pay attention. You'll hear Miss Redlick say, what I told the dispatcher was the truth. She'll maintain that the story she provides in that 911 call is the real story. I've already given you the real story. And she also will say something important. Miss Redlick will say, I've already told the folks in here what happened. So, what did she tell the folks in the mental health facility? Well, you're going to hear from Frederick Copeland, who was basically assigned to babysit Miss Redlick. Completely unaffiliated with law enforcement, a third neutral party. And you'll hear from Mr. Copeland that Miss Redlick gives, maybe a slightly different version, but once again maintains that she did not kill her husband. So we have dispatcher, detective, Mr. Copeland. Then you're going to hear from another person who encountered Miss Redlick while at that mental health facility, DCF, Child Protective Investigator, Terrell Tucker. And Miss Tucker has to interview Miss Redlick because the children have no one to be with. They have no local family. Their father is dead and their mother is committed to a mental facility. And so the Department of Children and Families can't just say, hey, kids, you figure it out. They have to make sure that whoever these children are going to end up with have been vetted, that the mother has been talked to. Miss Tucker is not in law enforcement. She has a separate role that relates to the welfare of children. And you will hear the detailed account that Miss Redlick provides to Miss Tucker. Once again, I did not kill my husband. I did not kill my husband. You'll also hear jail calls that Miss Redlick placed while she was in custody. And you'll hear her say that she knew she was lying, that she was lying purposefully. And finally, you're going to hear a recorded statement from Miss Redlick. Because on the 18th of January, law enforcement, Miss Redlick has been released. She's at her home, and they've obtained another search warrant to locate some additional items inside the home and to obtain Miss Redlick's DNA. Credulous that she's under investigation. For what they encountered in that house on the 12th. And you will hear her plaintively say, I did not kill my husband. So if it wasn't clear from every other statement, she makes it loud and clear that Miss Redlick is saying over and over again, I'm not responsible for this. This is 6 days later. She's 11 hours to come up with her first story, and she had 6 full more days to continue to maintain this, all along the way, telling people that Mr. Redlick took his because that's what Miss Redlick has claimed throughout, with no qualifications. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses. You're going to hear from witnesses that knew Mr. Redlick from work. You're going to hear from witnesses that knew Michael from his involvement in his children's lives, families that knew him from sports that Sawyer was involved in. They'll shed some light about the relationship. They will also shed some light about how Danielle and Michael were acting just hours before she murdered him. And they'll also shed some light on the fact that Mr. Redlick never would have harmed himself. Despite what Miss Redlick wants everyone to believe, Mr. Redlick would not have harmed himself. What the evidence is going to show throughout this case is that Miss Redlick armed herself with a knife. She used that knife to cause multiple injuries to Mr. Redlick's body. One of those injuries was that stab to the shoulder, which enters, travels, hits these major veins, and punctures his lung, causing him to bleed to death on the floor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to remember that phrase, bleed to death, because it won't be the last time that you hear it in this case. The evidence will show from that point forward, this defendant did everything she could to avoid responsibility. She cleans up the scene, she deletes the text, and she tells everyone that will listen that she is not responsible for this crime. Members of the jury, throughout this case, the evidence will show that despite her many claims that she had nothing, she did. And in fact, she is guilty of second-degree murder with a weapon and tampering with evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. Ms. Conlon?
On the night of January 11th, 2019, someone was very angry. This someone started to physically attack their spouse. They had rage. They were choking their spouse, smothering their spouse. That someone was Michael Redlick. And Danielle Redlick had no choice but to defend herself because she was afraid she was going to die. And so she did. The state is right. You are going to hear about the night of January 11th, 2019. You are going to hear about anger. You're going to hear about hatred. You're going to hear about rage. You're going to hear about infidelity that made Michael Redlick angry. You're going to hear about a violent attack in the kitchen. And then you're going to hear about Danielle Redlick and how she reacted in confusion, in despair, in trauma. You will hear that, yes, Danielle Redlick did stab Michael Redlick. And you're going to hear how she reacted in that shock, in that confusion, and in that despair. You'll hear that her reaction afterwards, she runs to the master bathroom in fear from Michael Redlick. And this is the room that she had retreated to the night before, where Michael Redlick had followed her and had kicked open that locked bathroom door. And when she came out of that bathroom, when she thought it was safe, she sees a trail of blood that leads all the way from the bathroom to the living room. And you will hear about her emotions on seeing this, and that she reacted in confusion because she had only stabbed him one time in the shoulder, and he had followed her to the bathroom. But you're also going to hear about how we got to this point, how Danielle Redlick knew and recognized that the danger that she was facing that night was different than the other incidents of abuse that had happened throughout their marriage. So let's go back to the beginning. in Cleveland, Ohio. Danielle's mom is separated. Her name is Kathleen. And Kathleen is separated. She starts dating and she meets somebody. Danielle's mom, Kathleen, and this man love each other, and so they move in together. And they're together for 3 years before they get married. And that person becomes Danielle's stepfather. That man was Michael Redlick. Now, 3 months after they get married, Kathleen passes away from breast cancer. And Michael Redlick still has one of Kathleen's daughters, 16-year-old daughter. So he asked Danielle to move into his house and to help take care of her sibling. And she agrees. So she moves in to help take care of her sister. And Michael worked for the Cleveland Browns. And he promises to help give her references to connect her with job connections. Danielle has a second job at a bar. And Michael starts visiting this bar at night, more and more frequently to visit Danielle. Concerts, to events, to things that she's never experienced before. And she's worried about how this relationship will impact her family. But Michael dismisses those concerns because it's not really an equal partnership. Michael views Danielle and treats her in an authoritative way. And during this time in Ohio, there was a time where they were driving in the car and Michael hits her and Danielle hits him back. Now, Michael starts to want to go to a different job, the Memphis Grizzlies. So he interviews for a new position there and he gets the job. He moves and he wants Danielle to come with him, but she doesn't want to go yet because she doesn't want to leave her family. So he buys her plane tickets so that she can come visit him every weekend. And he promises and tells her for a year that with his contacts, she could get a job, a promising job there. And she finally agrees. And so she moves down. And Michael is pretty violent with Danielle on several occasions. You will hear about one particular incident where Michael punched her in the face, bruised her face, and chipped her tooth. It was so bad that Michael had to take her to go see a doctor. So he takes her to his team's doctor, Dr. Frederick Azar. And Dr. Azar sees her injuries, refers her to a dentist and a plastic surgeon. You will hear from Dr. Azar during this trial. And there was another incident that just accidentally happened to be witnessed by someone else. They were living in Memphis. Danielle and Michael were home. Danielle's sister was coming by to pick up her daughter, Melanie's daughter. And when Melanie walked through the doors, she could hear screaming and yelling. And so she walks towards that yelling and screaming. She walks into their master bedroom and sees that Danielle is pinned to the closet by Michael. You will also hear from Melanie during this trial. Now, Michael and Danielle have their first child, Jaden. They have their second child, Sawyer. And throughout these years, Michael is unhappy, and so unhappy with his work. So when his boss leaves for the 49ers, he gets a job with the 49ers. Over there, he is unhappy with his work. So then he moves to the Indy Motor Speedway, gets a job there. During this time, Michael is drinking heavily. He is being more aggressive. He is unhappy. And Danielle finds out that he's got low testosterone and erectile dysfunction. And Michael's issue with ED becomes a preoccupation. Now they moved to Orlando in 2014. Michael takes a position with UCF. Their marriage is deteriorating. Michael's doctor begins to prescribe higher levels of testosterone. He's being aggressive, more aggressive with Danielle. There's an incident where he does something to her and she has to go to the emergency room. There's another one where Michael loses control, sees red, accelerates the car, and if Danielle had not jumped out of the way, he would have hit her. So she reports that to the Winter Park Police Department. But when they tell her that they're going to interview Michael, she's afraid that Michael is going to get in trouble. So she walks out of the Winter Park Police Department. Now, Danielle discovers that Michael is having an affair. And Danielle knows that the marriage is just falling apart, and that's not healthy for her. It's not healthy for the children. So she's the one who files for divorce in March of 2017. But Michael just begs her to come home, to get back together. Michael threatens financially, threatens to take away the children, keep the house, and send her back to Cleveland. So Danielle relents. And during those divorce proceedings, Michael avoids service of process of those divorce papers. Now, Michael moves back into the house November of 2018. He's sexually aggressive, he's physically aggressive, and everything is focused on sex, and the injections aren't working properly. And by the end of 2018, Danielle joins dating apps. They're only casual text and flirtation. She never meets up with the men. On January 10th, 2019, Michael Redlick discovers those texts with other men. And that is when all hell broke loose. On January 10th, 2019, Danielle left her cell phone on the bedside and she goes to shower. When she comes out of the shower, Michael is sitting in the corner of the bedroom. He's angry, he's upset. He's angry. And she tries to explain that she joined these dating apps when they were going through their divorce. And he's so angry. He's like, do you have plans with your lover boy? He's very sarcastic. She tries to go get dressed. He follows her. He's angry and fuming. And she's afraid that he's going to hit her, but he doesn't. So she leaves the house and she goes to just to get out of the house. She goes to DSW, she goes to the Gap. Michael follows her. He confronts her at the Gap and he's fuming and he's yelling at her in front of the store. They walk to the car, to her car. He walks to her car, follows her, and he's still yelling at her. And she just tells him, we'll talk when you're calm. Michael eventually leaves. And Danielle just waits and sits in her car. She has an interview later that afternoon, so she heads home to get prepared for her interview. he seems angrier. So she has her computer set up in the kitchen table, and he slams the computer shut and says, "You're not going to get a job in this town." So Danielle gets her computer, she walks out to her car, rolls up all the windows, and starts her interview. Michael follows her and is pounding on the windows, on the door, yelling at her. So she drives off. Later that night, she heads home. And Michael is there. He's slamming things, he's drinking. And Michael confronts Danielle. More of the same. Are you with your lover? Asking sarcastic questions about lover boy. So she leaves again. He texts her more of the same questions. Where are you? Are you with your lover boy? During this time, Sawyer, who is the son, is inside the house. It's Michael, Sawyer, and Jaden. Michael and Jaden are screaming at each other. Sawyer is scared. Danielle finds out about it. Danielle gets dinner for the family, brings that dinner home. And Michael is still upset. He is still angry. He is grabbing at Danielle. He's getting aggressive. It gets so bad, she runs into the master bathroom, locks it behind her. Michael runs behind her and kicks open the door, damages that locked bathroom door. So Danielle runs to a closet to hide. Now all the kids are in the house, and Jaden lets Danielle know that she has a friend who's going to let her spend the night, so she needs a ride. And Danielle sees how violent Michael is getting and how drunk he's getting, and so she has to get out of there too. Danielle takes Jaden to her friend's house and then goes somewhere else to park her car and just wait it out. Sawyer stayed in his room. And Danielle is getting updates from Sawyer as to when it is safe for her to come back home, because she knows that Michael is going to pass out, and is going to pass out pretty soon because he's been drinking a lot. So Sawyer is trying to tiptoe around the house to turn on lights for Danielle. Make sure that, yes, Dad has passed out. He's asleep. And Sawyer goes to open up a garage door so that Danielle can sneak back into her own home. And Danielle waits until the coast is clear before she sneaks back in. Now, the next day, Michael wakes up, and he wakes up screaming for Danielle. Where are you? He goes upstairs to the loft where she's sleeping. He is upset, madder today, and threatening her. He leaves for work. And fast forward to that afternoon when Danielle picks Jaden up from school. When Michael gets home, he demands of Danielle, you better have a good excuse as to where you've been. Michael is still angry, and he leaves to go buy a new bottle of vodka. Danielle goes to take a shower, and Michael harasses her there. And that night, Michael has to go coach Sawyer's baseball game, and Danielle drives separately to go to that game. And the kids, Sawyer and Jaden, both had plans that were made a lot earlier about not sleeping at the house. So they have sleepovers that were pre-planned. So after the game, Michael gets home, Danielle leaves the house, and around 10 p.m. she goes to McDonald's. After McDonald's, she heads home. And Michael is there. He is pounding down the vodka. He grabs her food, and then he goes at her. He is in a rage, and this rage is the angriest that she has ever seen him. It's worse than any of those other incidents. It's different. He pushes her down. She goes to her knees. He pulls her up by the hair. He shoves her to the kitchen island. He chokes. He smothers her. She reaches into a drawer. She grabs a knife. She stabs him one time. He is stunned. He releases her, and she runs to the bathroom. Michael follows her to the bathroom, and he is still yelling at her. And eventually, he's not yelling anymore. And time ticks by. She waits till it's safe for her to come out. And when she opens the door of her hiding place, her whole world changed. She's not expecting to see what she saw. Why? Because she only stabbed him one time in the shoulder. He didn't fall in front of her. He, in fact, followed her to the bathroom, and he was still yelling. She wasn't trying to kill him. She was trying to protect herself on someone who was bent on attacking her. So she panics. She's scared, she's traumatized, she's confused, she's in shock. You will learn that it was when Danielle walked the night before, when Michael kicked open that lock, Danielle was confused and she was panicked. And she reacted in that confusion and panic. The question that you will need to answer at the end of this trial is, at the time that Danielle Redlick stabbed Michael Redlick, was that done in self-defense? That night, Michael Redlick felt betrayed. He was angry, and he attacked Danielle. At the end of this trial, we will ask you for a verdict that is consistent with the evidence, consistent with the law, and that is a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you, Ms. Conlon. State your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
They call Officer Stanford.
John Stanford.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Okay, sir, would you please state your full name for the record, spell your first and last name?
John Stanford, JONSTANFORD.
Mr. Wiggins?
Good morning, Officer Stanford.
Morning, sir.
Where are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed?
Winter Park Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Winter Park Police Department?
Exactly 20 years.
What's your current position with the Winter Park Police Department?
I'm a resource officer at Winter Park High School.
What position did you hold back in January of 2019?
a patrol officer.
Could you speak to generally what the duties of a patrol officer is?
We answer cars.
Did you receive a call for service that would lead you to responding to 1231 Temple Drive?
Yes, I did.
Is that in Orange County, Florida?
City of Winter Park, Orange County, Florida. Yes, sir.
Would you please explain to the jury sort of how it is that you become aware of this call and what it is that you understand about the nature of the call as you're responding?
I heard the radio dispatcher dispatch one of the officer to the house in reference to a death investigation or a death. I decided to respond as a backup.
Were there any other details related to the death investigation that was contained in that initial call for service?
On the radio, the dispatch was dictating of what they received from the caller and say that the person, the husband, died because of a heart attack. And then I heard a few moments later, dispatch say that the husband went crazy and stabbed himself. So
That's what you knew as you were driving up.
as I was on my way there, yes.
Approximately what time do you arrive on scene?
Approximately 9:40.
Describe for the jury what it is you see now that you've arrived on scene.
As I arrived, I parked my car, walked up. I knew my sergeant was there already, just maybe a minute before I did.
Who's that sergeant?
Sergeant Lena Struby.
So she's there first. Tell the jury what happens next.
She was standing on the side of the door. I walked up to the door. I saw a shadow behind the glass door of somebody walking back and forth. It appeared to be probably holding a phone to the ear. There was a bike in the way right by the front door.
Let me stop you there 1 second. Your Honor, permission to publish what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit 1.
Any objection? This is Defense Exhibit number 1
Yes,
from
Your
earlier? Yes,
Can we approach very briefly?
sure.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
Officer Stanford, I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit A or 1. Do you recognize the photograph I'm showing you?
Yes, sir.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the area that you were just describing, the area that you were standing in this moment in time?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's been marked as Defense A for identification as a joint exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Defense A will be admitted as a joint exhibit.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, Officer Stanford, where are you standing now using this photograph to assist in the description of your testimony?
To the right of the front door, nearest to the bike, right by the wall there.
All right, so not sort of right up at the door at this point.
Correct.
And you've seen this person walking back and forth, but they haven't come.
As I approach and I place myself there, yes.
Okay. Well, Are you or your sergeant making any announcements?
My sergeant is, yes.
What happens next?
She announced, Winter Park Police, can you step outside? Eventually, she stepped outside. Then my sergeant escort her toward walking out and toward the left of the picture. That's the garage there.
Can you describe, well, first of all, did you later come to learn that that individual is Danielle Redlick?
Yes,
And do you see Miss Redlick in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Will you please point her out and identify her by an article of clothing?
Lady in white and white jacket and green shirt.
Can you describe the demeanor and the appearance of Miss Redlick when you first have an opportunity to lay eyes on her?
Initially, she was upset, appeared to be upset while talking on the phone. She's still on the phone with a dispatcher, I believe, at the time.
Okay.
The garage, which is to the left side, is the garage.
All right. What can you see now that the door has been opened and you're still standing in this position?
At that moment, I saw a foot of a person on the ground, was laying on the ground. I'm still trying to place myself. I don't know who's in the house of officer safety, so I'm still scanning. But initially, I see a foot. I think
Are other officers arriving on scene at this point?
none I know of yet.
Eventually, do some other officers arrive? Did department sort of take over attending to and standing with Miss Redlick?
Yes.
Once that occurs, do you have an opportunity to enter the home?
Once that occurred, yes.
What's the purpose of you entering the home at this point?
We want to clear the house of if there's any other danger to us or anyone else or to Miss Redlick.
Do you have experience clearing homes that are in fact crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what care you're taking as you perform this duty to ensure that you're not disturbing or modifying the crime scene in any way?
Once we enter the home, my sergeant and I decided to split up to she going toward the right side of the house with the bedroom, and I'm taking the living room and the kitchen, and there's appeared to be a stair to go up to the loft. But first we're gonna check on the person who was on the ground.
So before we talk about what you see, can you speak to what you're doing, what efforts you're making in order to not disturb what you're encountering?
There was blood on the ground, so I knew not to. First of all, I don't want to have on my boots, and I tiptoe around spot where I'm not going to step on it.
Was it hard not to encounter blood in this house?
It was hard.
Okay.
It was hard.
Tell the jury what it is you see now that you've walked through that front door. You can see clearly now.
I can see blood on the ground, and it was imagining. I can relate to it. It's like when I clean the floor and the smear. Say if I use a rag to clean something that spill on the floor, now I see smear lines of blood on the ground. That look like somebody was cleaning. So I'm trying not to step on that and tiptoe around that.
You mentioned a foot. Do you see a person?
On the ground, yes.
And where?
Our first concern, yes.
Explain to the jury how you went about that in such a way to prevent disturbing any evidence.
Knowing my sergeant background, she's the sergeant for the detective bureau. I know we talk while we walk around. I try to tiptoe around to get to the body or to the person and see if there's touch him to make sure we have any pulse, if he's still alive or not. And
How did you approach him? Did you approach him from the feet side or the head side to accomplish this?
I went around to his right side which is, there's a couch. I remember correctly, there's a couch, his body laying down there. And I'm trying to come around and lean over the couch and touch him, the arm of the couch, and lean over and touch him without touching anything in the house or blood or anything else, his body.
And were there any indications that life-saving measures would have been fruitful?
With my gloves on, I did not feel anything because he was co-op touch.
Um, Can you talk to the jury about clearing the remainder of the house and some of the notable things you observed?
After that, my sergeant went to the right side of the house to clear the bedroom, appeared to be the bedroom. I went around, retreat back to the front door, and then went to the left side. As you take a look at the picture there, the front door, to the left side of the house is the kitchen, and then there's stairs that go up to the loft. I clear the kitchen. As soon as I walk in, I can see there's a knife on the ground. And I clear the kitchen, and I called out to my sergeant, like, there's a knife on the ground here with blood on it. And then I went up to the loft and cleared that. And there's no one in the house.
Did you touch or otherwise manipulate that knife?
Nope.
Did you touch or otherwise manipulate any of the objects that you encountered throughout the house?
No.
What did you do after clearing the loft?
After that, we got together, and then my sergeant said, let's make sure the door is locked. And I believe there's a small dog in the house. And I took the dog and, put the dog in the backyard. And because there's fencing around the house, so the dog is safe back there. And then we left.
From that point forward, was the house secured by the Winter Park Police Department?
Yes, I was assigned to go around the house to the back of the house and check on the door and make sure when I have to unlock the door from the inside to put the dog out, and I relock it. Then I went outside to watch the backyard, and there's no sign of I'm jumping ahead here, but there's no sign of injury of any kind or damage to the back door.
Does that cover the extent of your involvement in this case?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination, Mr. Parnell?
Yes, Judge.
Man,
Yes, sir.
you were in the home when you first encountered Miss Redlick. You would say she was emotional, in a state of distress.
Initially, yes.
And she was cooperative with you.
I did not make any contact with her, but she appeared to cooperate
With the other officers. Okay. The knife that you described, was that hidden somewhere? Was that underneath anything, behind a door?
No, it's on the ground between the kitchen in the walkway area, between the kitchen and the stair area.
Just out in the open floor?
Correct.
That knife had blood on it?
Yes, I remember correctly, yes.
You see any towels?
There's a pile of towels nearby.
Were they hidden anywhere? In the washing machine, behind any doors?
No,
They had blood on them?
it appeared to be yes.
The blood trail that you saw, let me ask this. Was the blood everywhere, as if you just poured it on the ground and it's going everywhere? Or was there a trail that you could identify, like a path?
I didn't really go toward the bedroom area, but from the foyer to the kitchen and the living room, I remember correctly, that's everywhere that they're everywhere, but there are spots I'm able to tiptoe around.
Okay, so there's open spots and then there's spots that have the blood.
Correct.
The dog that you encountered was inside when you came in?
Correct.
So you had to take him outside. He wasn't outside initially.
No, I have to take him outside, yes.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggins, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Stanford, can you explain to this jury why you said that Danielle Redlick seemed upset at first?
At first, she's on the phone. she's walked out, and I can see that she was upset. I don't know, she was upset. And then later on, after we searched the house and standing there watching her, she didn't appear to be in distress or upset anymore. So initially, behind the door and open the door, she seemed to be in distress, and that's it.
How would you describe her demeanor when you had a chance to observe her just a little bit later?
A little bit later, in my own word, is nonchalant.
No further questions of this witness.
Thank you very much. You may step down. State your next witness, please.
Officer Cherie Slaughter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Slaughter, would you please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
First name is Cherie. Last name is Slaughter. First name is spelled Sheree. Last name is Slaugghter.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggins.
Good morning, Mrs. Slaughter.
Good morning.
I should say Officer Slaughter. Where are you employed?
Winter Park Police Department.
And what do you do for the Winter Park Police Department?
I currently work uniform patrol.
Did you occupy that position back in January of 2019?
Yes.
In that position, did you have a reason to respond to 1231 Temple Drive?
Yes.
Why was it that you responded to that address?
We got a call regarding a deceased male.
And did you have any additional information or additional context about the nature of the call that you were responding to?
The reporting person stated that the male had possibly had a heart attack and then possibly stabbed himself.
Who'd you go with? Anyone?
I was in field training at that time, so it was my FTO, Sergeant Holly.
Describe for the jury what's going on scene upon your arrival.
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Stanford, Sergeant Struby. They told me I didn't need to go inside, so I stayed outside, started processing the scene.
Before you get to the processing that you conducted, did you receive some information from those two about what they had encountered and what they knew at this point?
They did tell me that the scene was secure and there was a unidentified male on the floor in a pool of blood with possible stab wounds.
Did you see a female standing out front?
Yes, she was standing in between kind of like the garage and front door area.
Approximately what time is this that we're talking about?
Refer to my notes.
Would referring to your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, for the exact time. I'm not sure of the exact time.
With permission from the court, may she refer to her report?
You may.
It's about 9:36. It's when I made contact with Struby and Stanford, Sergeant Struby and Officer Stanford.
Did your supervisors request that you document the exterior of the scene and also the female that was standing out by the garage?
Yes.
And do you see the female that you would end up taking some photographs here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please point her out and identify her by an article of clothing?
She's right there. She's wearing a white jacket and looks like green top underneath.
I am showing defense counsel what has been marked as states in for identification purposes. Permission to approach?
Yes.
Officer Slaughter, I'm showing you what's marked as states in. Prior to your testimony here today, did we have an opportunity to review the contents of states in?
Yes.
And does it contain the photographs that you took during your response to the scene?
Yes.
And are those copies of those photographs fair and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states in for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States in is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 2.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm just having some technical difficulties. If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
I had those earlier this morning myself.
What's in evidence is states 2. Officer Slaughter, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here in page 1, or photograph 138?
That is the front entrance to the house.
And photograph 139?
That is the unidentified white male right in the entryway.
And what are you capturing in photograph 140?
That was actually, I believe, the front porch area.
And a close-up of what you can see from
From the doorway.
sort of not crossing the threshold
Correct.
in photograph 141. Are these the photos of Miss Redlick that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 146, sort of a closer up on her face and neck,
Correct.
and turning her around in photograph 149,
Yes, sir.
and again in 151.
Yes.
Okay. And what are we seeing here?
Lacerations to both wrists.
Were these wounds actively bleeding whenever you encountered them?
Not profusely, but dry, somewhat wet.
Okay. And another photograph of Miss Redlick and those wounds displayed in 155.
Yes.
Okay. In the back of her hands in 157
Yes.
and her feet in 159.
Yes.
We're getting a close up of those feet in 160
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and a close up of her neck in 161.
Yes.
What are we seeing here in photograph 163?
The back of her arm.
Is this the only injury that you observed while other than the injuries to her wrists that you observed on Miss Redlick?
Yes.
Had you seen other injuries or had she identified other injuries, would you have documented them?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here, photograph 165?
One of the vehicles that was in the driveway.
Is there something in the driveway and related to this vehicle that sort of caught your attention as you're taking this initial set of photos?
Eggshells.
Is that what we see here in photograph 171, these eggshells you're encountering?
Yes.
And some more in 172,
Yes.
and some more in 173,
Yes.
and 176. Did you believe this might have some connection to the eggshells that you saw strewn about?
Possibly, yes.
Was this the extent of your involvement in this case?
It is.
And I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parnell or Ms. Coleman?
No questions.
Thank you very much. Officer Slaughter, you may step down. State your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Carla Sunball. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right. We're about to take a break. Sorry about that. I called you too soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at our morning break. There are some also technical issues that I have to tend to. So this break will be a little bit longer, but hopefully I can call you back in as soon as possible. Just remember not to discuss the case that you've heard so far with each other. So the deputy will escort you all out. Off the record, I can handle some AV issues. All right. Let's bring in the jury. Can you get the witness and ask her to come in?
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sunball. Can you please state your full name, spell your first and last name?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Carla Sunval. That is Carla. Last name is Sunval, Sundvall.
Mr. Wiggins?
Good morning, Ms.
Morning.
Sunball. Where are you employed?
I am employed with the Winter Park Police Department.
What is your current position with the Winter?
Currently, I am the body camera system administrator.
Back in January of 2019, did you hold a different position?
Yes, I did.
What position was that?
I was a property and evidence crime scene technician.
Would you talk to the jury a little bit about your background, training, and experience that led to you holding that position?
Yes. So I received my Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from the University of Central Florida in 2010. I started my professional career with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, where I did evidence intake. From there, I became a forensic autopsy technician with the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Lake County. Shortly after that, I moved over to the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office in Orange County, again hired as a autopsy technician. However, in May of 2015, I was afforded the opportunity to transfer to our investigations unit, where I became a medical legal death investigator, where I remained until I was hired with Winter Park as a property and evidence crime scene technician in January of 2018.
Do the duties of a medical legal investigator at the ME's office include responding to scenes, documenting scenes, and collecting items of evidence?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you speak to the training that you received specifically in order to perform the job duties of a CST at the Winter Park Police Department?
Yes, so specifically with the Winter Park Police Department, upon my hiring, I received a 13-week training program that made me eligible to continue on with the crime scene job capacities.
Were you the lead CSI in the state of Florida versus Danielle Redlick?
I was the lead on this case, yes.
How was it that you ended up being assigned as the lead in this particular case?
So I was on call that week. We alternate on-call weeks, and that happened to be my week on call. And I received a call from my Lieutenant Volkerson at the time, who informed me that my response was going to be needed to this location in regards to a deceased person.
You mentioned this location. What location?
1231 Temple Drive.
And is that where you responded to initially?
Yes, it was.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
I believe I got there around 10:45.
Did you have any assistance in the documentation and processing of this scene?
Yes, my partner, CST Bigley, was also notified that he would be responding to that location as well.
Did you learn anything about the nature of the scene that you were responding out to, either on the way there or immediately upon arrival?
Yes, so shortly after, my lieutenant called me just to let me know where to respond. I received a call from the watch commander, Sergeant Struby, who informed me of the events that occurred up until that point. She explained that they had received a 911 call from a female resident of the house stating that there was a male with a stab wound. She said upon their arrival, the person, the woman of the house had cut marks, self-inflicted cut marks to her wrist, and she was asking if I needed the female to stay on scene in order for me to explain that medical intervention was first and foremost, and so that she could be released, and that if we had the accompanying officer able to take photos, or we could have someone else respond to the scene to take further photos.
Would someone end up traveling with Miss Redlick and then also someone arriving at the hospital to take photographs of Miss Redlick?
That is correct, yes.
What is the first thing that you do upon actual arrival there at the scene?
So upon actual arrival, again, I'm kind of informed by our command staff that we are now waiting on a search warrant, and I'm just kind of there to sit tight until we can lawfully go in and start taking photos.
Do you begin documenting the exterior of the scene?
Yes, I do that.
Once the search warrant is obtained, that you're actually able to generally how it is that a scene is documented and processed, sort of the kind of big headline steps of each part of the process.
So at this point, no one has gone back into the residence since everyone was cleared out. So I get into my personal protective equipment, PPE, and I will go through, I went by myself, and I will take what are called overall photos. And that's just kind of to get an understanding of where everything is placed currently, as it was left. And, you know, I'm very careful to watch where I'm stepping because this is now the first time I'm seeing it. So being very cognizant of potential evidence, things like that. So I do an overall, just a general layout of through photographs. After that, we did have someone go in and do a video recording just to have a motion documentation of the house. Then I went in and kind of after having made mental notes of some of the things that I had seen, I will take a little bit more, I'll go in and make sure that I'm photographing things where you could see the progression of how I got to that. So I'm a little more detailed. And from there, once I'm photographing everything, we kind of, again, just come out, make sure we've seen what we need to, and if there's anything of interest that we might need to look into.
Is it at this point that you start putting down what are referred to as markers next to certain items of interest or areas of interest?
At that point, no, we do not.
When does that begin?
That happens after the medical examiner arrives, because we want them to be able to see the scene as I did. And if I'm putting down my evidence markers, I'm technically altering the scene for them, and their photos aren't going to look the way mine did. So.
Can you explain to the jury the protocol as it relates to the body that's on scene at a homicide vis-a-vis the medical examiner?
Absolutely. So as I have been in that role, I'm very familiar with the procedures that are taken. The decedent is the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office. That is their scene. So with that, we do not manipulate the decedent in any way. And forgive me, I just don't like to use the word body, so I say decedent, but we do not manipulate the person in any way. I can take overall photos of the person and make notes of what they might be wearing, things like that. But we wait until the medical examiner investigator arrives on scene so that they can photograph, do everything they need to do, and we work in conjunction with them, but I am asking them permission to do things with the decedent on scene.
Is it at this point that you have an opportunity to begin putting markers down next to areas of interest or items of evidence?
After, in this case, after the medical examiner's office removed the decedent from the scene, that is when we went ahead and started putting down markers.
At sort of this stage of your documentation and processing, are you moving items or are they still remaining in the exact place where you found them?
They are remaining in the exact place that I found them, as I'm going to document them photographically to show that this evidence marker is for this item. I'm not going to manipulate anything at this point until I make sure that I am showing the scene as it was at that step, and making sure that it's kind of frozen in time now through my photos.
Once that is completed, do you begin actually engaging in the processing, collection, and moving of things to see if there are other things to be found or processed?
Yes, in a very organized fashion, we will go through each number and we document on our evidence marker log that we have. And so we will make notes of what we were collecting. And then after that, yes, because it's a large scene. So, you know, there was stuff that we saw when we were over with another marker and you say, oh, well, that might come into play. So absolutely.
And did you have assistance in this effort from CSI Edward Bigley,
Yes, I did.
as well as the videos you mentioned?
Yes.
All through each step of the process that we've just outlined, you've mentioned taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as states Q for identification purposes. Permission to approach with states Q.
Yes.
Ms. Sunval, prior to your testimony here today, did we have an opportunity to review states Q?
Yes.
And does it contain the photographs of sort of each step of your documentation of processing of the scene?
Yes, it does.
And does it fairly and accurately depict those photographs?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states Q for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States Q will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 3.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, before I publish, in connection with the processing of the scene, documentation of the scene, was a diagram produced of the home there at 1231 Temple Drive.
Yes.
I'm showing defense counsel what's marked as states M for identification purposes. And if defense counsel wants to see AN. Approach with states M and states AN, Your Honor.
And you're saying AN is Alpha November?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You have permission.
Ms. Sunwell, I'm showing you what's marked as states M for identification purposes. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of a diagram of the scene?
Yes, it is.
As it states, this is not precisely the scale, but it is an approximation that is fair and accurate representation.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as states AN for identification purposes. Is this a larger format print of what we just discussed in states M?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as M for identification purposes and AN for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection to either.
States M and states AN will be admitted as the next numbered exhibits.
M will be State Exhibit number 4. AN will be State Exhibit number 5.
Permission to publish states 5, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Or can you inquire to ensure that the jury can see it?
Can all of you see the diagram? Okay, thank you very much. You may continue.
Permission to approach the witness with a laser pointer, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Sunball, I'm providing you with a laser pointer. Feel free to use it as we are going through your direct examination to assist in understanding where we're at in the scene as we're looking at the photographs.
There we go.
Publishing what's in evidence as states 3. Your Honor, if we could dim the lights.
Is that Mr. Wiggins, or do you need the well lights off too?
I think that's good enough. And if you could invite the jury to tell you otherwise, if it's otherwise at any point.
Let me see what you play first.
Okay, starting with photograph ending 3011. Eventually. There we go. What do we see here?
This is going to be the front of the residence.
The set of photos that follows, does it represent you documenting the exterior of the residence before the search warrant has been executed and you have an opportunity to enter?
That is correct.
Documenting the vehicles that are parked out front?
Yes.
Now, did you notice these eggshells or did someone have to point them out to you?
I noticed them.
And you proceeded to document the presence of these eggshells?
Yes, I did.
And that's what we see here in photograph 3033
That is correct.
and 3035. Did something about this vehicle sort of catch your attention as unusual?
Yes, it did.
And is that why you're documenting at this stage?
That is.
Are we now sort of entering the home at this stage?
At this point, yes.
But before we do that, you also document the backyard.
Yes.
So we'll look to these backyard photos. Was there anything pertinent to the investigation in the backyard?
No, there was not.
Do you know that until you check?
No, we have to check.
Okay. And so throughout this process of documenting this scene or any scene, do you sometimes photograph things or engage in processing that ultimately proves not to be fruitful?
Yes.
Photograph 3056, documenting the state of the backyard as you encountered it.
Yes.
3057, are we looking at sort of the other side of the house?
Yes.
Did you notice any signs of forced entry or damage or anything to the exterior of the house?
Nothing at all.
Now, 3061, are we now entering the actual residence?
Yes.
What are you documenting here at 3064?
I am documenting what I see that are suspected blood droplets.
Moving sort of now into the home in 3067. And we would be, again, feel free to use your pointer in this area.
Yes. So what I'm doing is I walk in and I have been trained to do a sweeping motion from left to right, which is how I photograph.
And we see an example of that here in 3070, you standing in the sort of formal dining room and,
Down here in this corner. Yes.
and sweeping right, sort of right to left.
Yes. From the
Or
left.
left,
yes.
left, yeah, okay, whatever it is.
Yeah.
3074, photographing within that formal dining room.
Again, at this point, I'm in this corner then.
At this point, have you smelled anything that sort of is catching your attention?
So immediately when I walked in, there was a very clean smell. Not like a house that just smells nice. It was a chemical like Fabuloso, or it had like a lavender smell, something. It was just a cleaner kind of smell. But yes, I did. It was very apparent.
Photograph 3076, the closet that is in that area that we were just looking at.
Mhm.
And nothing pertinent in that area?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, now what are we looking at?
So this is going to be this living area right here. So I'm about this area right here, and I am photographing as is and just showing the overall status of the room. This is that half bath right here. So I've turned around and I'm now photographing that.
And that's photograph 3080. Okay. Now are you kind of turned around and looking the other way?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you observing the floor to be covered in what appears to you to be consistent with the appearance of blood?
Yes.
Are you trained when you are moving through and documenting a scene like this to try to minimize any impact or disruption to the scene?
Absolutely. Very much so.
What are you having to do in this particular scene in order to adhere to that goal?
So, like I mentioned before, I am wearing my personal protective equipment. We have booties that we wear, Tyvek suits, and hairnets. Additionally, I am, because of the coverage, I am, having to be somewhat strategic on where I'm standing. So, I'm looking out for any points of impact as to not disturb them.
Where it's possible, not standing in obvious areas of blood.
Exactly. Yes.
Tough to do in this house.
Very much so.
Okay. Where are we standing and what are we looking at?
So this is going to be this area right here. The decedent is right here. So I was standing about here looking towards this. There's this little wall right here.
Okay, and are we going to sort of move towards that area? And photograph 3084 moving closer,
Yes,
and 3085 sort of scanning as you've described.
absolutely.
What do we see here that caught your attention in photograph 3086?
Two things specifically were the apparent blood smear up on the wall and the kitchen knife that also had red-brown stains on it.
Where does the door, almost sort of like the threshold of that door that knife's located, where does that lead to?
That's right here, and it leads into the kitchen.
That red dot, is that a signifier of the knife?
Yes.
3088 and the photographs that we're going to review following this particular photograph, you document the contents of 2 rooms that appear to be children's rooms.
That is correct.
Anything pertinent within those rooms that you saw?
No.
When I'm using the word pertinent, you understand that to mean items of evidence or apparent blood,
Yes, that is correct.
and didn't see anything of that sort in these.
I did not.
Okay. So 3089 all the way through, documenting, but not seeing anything of interest.
That is correct.
Okay. Where are we at and what are we looking at in particular?
So this is going to be the doorway here facing out to the staircase. So it is Jaden's room, and I am looking out at the corner right here of the staircase.
And do we begin to zoom in on this particular area of interest?
Yes.
3112. What do we see down here?
So that appeared to me to be a pile of towels with reddish pinkish stains on them, and they were damp.
Within this stage of the documentation and processing, you would not be touching, moving, doing anything with those items.
Not at this point, no.
You would, though, later after everything has been documented all the way through in the manner you described.
Absolutely.
I'm going to zoom in here. Did you observe during this stage of your in order to not disturb something like that as you're walking? Opening this door, seeing if there's anything inside?
That is correct.
We've now moved sort of further. Nothing pertinent in there?
No.
And then documentation of the laundry room in 3112 or 3122?
Yes.
Was there anything pertinent in?
So at this point, this is the garage, and at this time, I did not see anything that was pertinent.
There's an implication to that response, that there was a later time where some pertinent items of evidence were recovered.
That is correct.
Did you participate in a subsequent search warrant that was executed on January 18th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that's when some additional items were found.
That's correct.
Now, where are we at and what are we looking at?
So this would be, my back is now to the garage, and I'm facing out this way towards the kitchen area with the staircase on my right.
Okay. And are we moving towards the kitchen?
Yes,
And is my cursor indicating where that knife that we saw previously is located?
yes, that is correct.
And now are you going to make your way up this set of stairs to see if there's anything pertinent in the loft?
Yes,
Was there?
there was not.
Okay. Now 3140, back facing towards the kitchen
Yes,
and moving into the kitchen.
yes, that is correct.
Where are we at and what do we see?
So from here, I am standing right here with my back to the family room, and I am looking in at the overall status of the kitchen area.
Okay. And are you at this time and at this stage observing what appeared to you to be these shapes consistent with a footprint having the appearance of blood?
That is correct.
Continue your documentation of the kitchen at 3147.
Yes.
We're looking back the other direction in photograph 3149.
Yes.
And what do we see here that caused you to take some photographs?
So in this photograph, you can see that there were some knives in the sink. There is what appears to be red-brown stains on the knife there, as well as some on the counterpart of the sink.
Okay. Now I think it's clear where we're standing, but what room are we looking at?
So now we are looking into this family room right here.
And the photos that follow, you document the contents of the family room.
Yes, I did.
Anything pertinent in the family room?
Not that I found, no.
Okay, so you're standing in the family room, and where does this door with the archway lead that my cursor is indicating on?
So I am standing here with my back to the wall, and I am looking out into this little archway that goes into the living room.
Okay, back up a photograph. We have photograph 3170, and then we see that archway. The next photograph that we look at, have you moved sort of into that archway?
That is correct.
And what do you see?
Immediately, I notice the couch is directly in front of me, and it appeared to be in an odd position. It was kind of a tight fit for where I was at, but that was the first thing that I noticed there.
Because where it's at, you couldn't walk through that space in any sort of natural way.
I could not.
Photograph 3174, we're on the sort of other side of Mr. Redlick at this point,
That is correct.
and kind of turning towards him in 3175.
Yes.
And what did you see here that caused you to take a photograph?
It appeared to be more footprints that had a red-brown stain to them.
Where are you standing and what are we looking at in photograph 3177?
So from here, I am standing in this corner and I am looking down here.
Staying in that corner and kind of sweeping to document the space
Yes,
and looking back the other way.
that is correct.
Is this an example of sort of the very seemingly awkward location of this particular couch at this particular time?
That is correct.
Okay. Are we beginning now to move towards this area of the home?
Yes, that is correct.
The office?
Yes, that is the office.
Would an item of evidence ultimately be collected from the office?
Yes,
And we'll see that with a marker a little bit later in the photos.
yes.
And now, where are you standing and what are you looking at?
I am in the office doorway right here, looking out towards the doorway to the master bedroom.
3199 moving into the master bedroom?
Yes.
3201 continuing that trek.
Yes.
And what are you observing as you move towards the master bedroom or move into the master bedroom?
The sweeping red-brown stains that are going to what we will see as the bathroom area.
And where are you at and what are we looking at?
So from here, I was then in this corner, would be that corner. And I was again looking at the doorway just to see some of the contents of the room.
Okay. And we can sort of see that what appeared to be trail of blood and what looks like a bathtub in the distance.
Yes.
And you'll go on to document that.
Yes, I will.
Another angle of that sort of sweeping trail of apparent blood in photograph 3206.
Yes.
3209 moving closer to the bathroom.
Yes.
And where is this closet at in the hallway?
So that was the men's closet, or appeared to be a men's closet, here on the, that side.
And this closet would be on the opposite side as depicted in photograph 3213.
That is correct.
Anything pertinent within the what appeared to be the female's closet?
At that time, no.
Would we later come back on the 18th and find something within the closet that was a relevant item of evidence?
That is correct.
Now moving into that bathroom 3217
Yes.
and documenting the condition of the bathroom.
Yes.
Explain to the jury what it is you're attempting to document, what you see and what it causes you to try to document in this set of photos, 321, 3231, and then 3232.
So, again, as I explained, where I observe some things and keep mental notes of it, knowing that there were towels and they appeared to be somewhat wet, shower area is wet. So I was looking to see if the shower had water on the floor as if it had been somewhat recently used. So that was what I was attempting to document to show that there was water on the tile floor in the shower.
Documenting the contents of the closet depicted in 3241.
Yes.
Anything pertinent inside that closet?
It appeared to have towels that were also out by the staircase.
Okay. In the back of the bathroom door.
Mhm.
All right. 3245. Obviously, we're back near the decedent.
Yes.
And you're going to document in the photos that follow some of the areas immediately surrounding him.
That is correct.
And that's what we see here, photograph 3246
Yes.
and 3248
Yes.
and 3250
Yes.
and 3253.
Yes.
We are still at the stage of the investigation where you are not permitted in any way, shape, or form to move the body, modify the body, correct?
That is correct.
3257.
That is correct.
What are you documenting here? 3259 and then 3260.
The bottoms of his feet, and that he was wearing socks, and there appeared to be suspected blood on the bottoms of them.
3261.
Yes.
What do we see? Why are you taking this close-up photo?
I am taking a general photo because I did notice some defects on his face by the eye.
And 3263, are you documenting what appeared to you to be some sort of injury to the shoulder?
That is correct.
Explain to the jury what's happened at this point.
So at this point, now that the decedent is able to be manipulated, you can see there is a white Tyvek suit in the back. That is the medical examiner's team, and they are now rolling him so we can see if there is any injury, any markings, anything like that on his back. So these are the back photos, which again, I would not have taken by myself. So the ME was there to document that as well.
Okay, and 3271, what are these items and where did they come from?
These are contents from the decedent's pockets that were taken out by the medical examiner's investigator.
Okay. And 3278, is this the area that was sort of left behind after Mr. Redlick was collected by the ME?
That is correct.
3279, where are we at and what's causing you to take these photos?
So this is back at the front door with them shut. I had walked in and immediately started taking my overall photos and did not get close enough to see that there was some blood underneath the handles until we were escorting the medical examiner's office out when I noticed the drip marks down underneath the handle.
And we're going to see some photographs that zoom in on those drip marks.
Yes,
And that's what we see here, photograph 3281,
yes, that is correct.
3282.
Yes.
Okay. And have you turned around and photographed 3287 and are now documenting what the scene looks like from this angle with Mr. Redlick no longer there?
That is correct.
3288 and then into 3290. Have you now noticed something that you didn't have an opportunity to document before?
Yes.
What is it?
They appear to be red-brown stains, suspected blood.
Can you explain to the jury why it is, you keep saying suspected blood rather than actual blood, considering everything that we're looking at?
There are times where something might look like that it's blood and it turns out to not be. So you always want to say suspected blood because I don't have a test kit there to determine. In this case, there was also such a large amount. And with the, what I was showing in that picture was, it was very watered down where it appeared to have been cleaned up. So some of it might have been chemicals. So that's why I like to say suspected blood or apparent.
So for example, photograph 3278, where Mr. Redlick, once laid with that wound to his shoulder and his eye, you would still refer to everything we see here as suspected blood because you haven't done some tests to actually truly confirm that it's blood.
That is true.
But it's a pretty strong suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. Now have we arrived at the point where you've put markers down and you're now documenting the scene with these markers in place?
That is correct.
And is it this point where certain processing will begin to take place once these photographs are complete?
That is correct.
Okay. And we see here you going back and rephotographing these areas of interest next to these markers.
That is correct.
Does this aid in sort of report writing and record keeping going forward, having markers associated with areas and items?
Very much so, yes.
Photograph 3306, some close-up documentation of that wall that was next to Mr. Redlick's hand that we hadn't seen much of previously.
That is correct.
And 3308, that same area.
Yes.
Now moving back towards the master bedroom,
Yes.
and we now have markers there.
Yes, that is correct.
Tell the jury sort of what you noticed on this carpet and what it caused you to do. And we'll look at photograph 3331.
So upon further inspection, I did notice a footprint, what appeared to be a footprint on the carpet. It also appeared to be a larger one than what was around the house. So
Later in this set of photos, will we see other examples of what appear to be footprints where you've placed the same size scale down?
yes, that is correct.
And would that allow you to sort of compare the relative size between that apparent footprint against other apparent footprints?
Yes.
Additional documentation of this sort of trail of blood with a marker down?
Yes.
Photograph 3341, are you noticing more apparent footprints in this area?
Yes.
And is this an example of you using one of these, the same size scale to document what appeared to you to be a footprint?
That is correct.
And this footprint would be smaller than what we observed as the other footprint on the carpet.
Significantly smaller, yes.
Additional examples of markers being placed near items of evidence in photograph 3346.
Yes,
And we're now moving into the bedroom
that is correct.
and towards the bathroom.
Yes.
Okay. In photograph 3355, some pants that we saw previously.
Yes.
And a close-up in photograph 3358 of that threshold of the master bathroom.
Yes, that is correct.
3362, we don't have a marker here yet, and I don't believe that there was a close-up photo of this area. Tell the jury what you encountered and what caused you to take these photos.
So we noticed some suspected blood over by the right side of the bottom of the sink area.
And are we encountering some suspected blood on the handle of that shower stall that you saw the water in earlier?
Yes, that is correct.
And some documentation of this broken piece of the door,
Yes.
3377. And tell the jury what you've done in 3378.
So I put the frame up back where it would have been located to show that there was no blood spatter on the bottom portion, meaning that it was not attached when that blood spatter happened. So it does line up when it's on the floor.
3379, some additional documentation of the condition of that door,
Yes.
and documentation of the only apparent blood that you saw on the exterior of that door.
That is correct.
Had you seen, let's say, any quantities of blood or apparent blood, let's say on the handle here or higher up on the door, would you have documented it?
Absolutely.
And you did not see it,
None that I could see, no.
so there was nothing to document.
No, there was not.
Okay, moving back out 3383. And are you seeing some blood on the walls or apparent blood on the walls as you're moving back out?
Yes.
And again, another example of you observing. Well, tell me, did you observe, you think you observed this the first pass through, or now you're kind of appreciating and seeing things maybe you didn't see the first time?
There was a lot on scene. So also with the daylight now, this was in the evening, so some of the sunlight was not in. So on the very light tile, things like that. The same with the light walls when it was brighter in the room. So yes, we were seeing things that we had not seen before. And this was one of those instances where I was just documenting something now that I was seeing.
So this is an example of, although you took your sort of overall photos at the beginning, if you see something that's of interest, you're going to stop, you're going to document it.
Absolutely.
And some apparent blood, photograph 3392.
Yes.
Would this be the door that actually leads to the primary bedroom?
Yes, it is.
And some more apparent blood, 3394 on that same door.
Yes.
Would this be the door frame or the door frame area of leading to the primary bedroom?
Yes,
And we see some apparent blood, 3397.
that is correct.
Okay. Now, same sort of situation. Have you observed something on these columns in photograph 3400 that you hadn't maybe fully appreciated before?
Yes.
And we see a close-up of that in 3402 and 3403.
Yes.
Another example of that situation where we're seeing there's so much in the scene that maybe a change of light and additional time observing more what appears to be apparent blood in the area of that mirror that was south of Mr. Redlick's feet.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So are we going to zoom in on some areas of interest in and around this stack of bloody towels?
Yes.
Talk to me about this water. What did you observe?
It was a pinkish color and with a chemical smell to it.
Okay. And this mop,
The mop appeared to be still wet and had reddish pink staining on it as well.
okay. And photograph 3420 and then to 3422, do we see you documenting what appears to be a footprint and apparent blood with that same size scale that we saw previously?
Yes.
And we see a foot that measures smaller in comparison to the foot, apparent foot on the carpet.
That is correct.
Sort of maybe a better angle, 3423 of that foot print. Okay, now we're back in the laundry room.
Mhm.
And are you seeing something that looks to you to maybe potentially be apparent blood there?
Yes, potentially.
Okay. Did you document the contents of the laundry room?
I did.
Why was that?
Just to make sure that there wasn't anything in there that could have been used for cleanup or anything.
It did not appear that Ms. Redlick had an opportunity to do the laundry,
That is correct.
or at least use the washing machine.
That is correct.
Back at threshold of leading to the kitchen,
Yes,
We see that knife that we've seen previously now noted by marker 4.
that is correct.
Okay. What do we see here? Photograph 3438.
Just looking at some bloodstain pattern that I noticed.
And then a close-up of that at 3439.
Yes,
And some more apparent blood in that same area.
yes, higher up.
Okay. And do we notice something on the trash can that caught our attention?
Yes, there is again some red-brown staining on the trash can.
So that caused us to look in the trash.
It did,
Might we have looked in the trash anyway?
definitely.
But in this instance, we found pertinent things in the trash.
We did.
Items that appeared, as we see here in photograph 3456, to have reddish brown staining in the trash.
Yes,
And we see examples of that 3458
yes,
and 3460, apparent reddish brown staining on some McDonald's items.
that is correct.
And that's what we see here, a 3462, a quarter pounder with cheese with this apparent red brown staining.
Yes,
And more examples of items with this appearance of someone who had blood on them or an object with blood on it coming in contact.
yes.
Explain to the jury where we're now at in the stage of processing, how it's different than what we were at before, and what we're seeing.
So as you may have seen before, I documented everything that was over in that area with the towels, mop, bucket, and everything like that. So at this point now, we need to go through those towels to see if there's anything in there, because as you know, if you pile a bunch of stuff, things could be hidden. So in that pile of what appeared just to be towels, we found a larger, what appeared to be a men's shirt.
And that's what we see here depicted in 3467.
That is correct.
And that shirt sort of now spread out.
Yes.
And what did you see on the shirt?
Suspected blood on the shirt.
Did you notice a defect in the shirt?
Absolutely. So when he turned it around, I noticed up in this corner, there was a defect to the shoulder area.
And that's, you sort of shined a flashlight on it in 3474 to get a better, to be able to capture that defect better.
Yes.
Okay. 3475, an example of now the towels have been moved and we can see new things we didn't see before.
That is correct.
Among those new things, what did we see?
A bloody footprint.
And once again, placing that same size scale down next to that particular print.
Yes.
And once again, that particular print being smaller in size than the print that we saw on the carpet.
Significantly, yes.
And some more documentation of this mop in photograph 3480.
Yes.
And we're back in an area we've been quite a bit, but we're looking at something different. We focus in on 3484, this area of suspected blood right there on the wall next to that opening that leads to the kitchen.
Yes.
Okay. And a close-up of our knife that's at marker 3485.
That is correct.
3489, more photographs of what you recognize to be consistent with bloody footprints in the kitchen.
Yes, that is correct.
And the contents of the trash in this particular trash can.
Yes.
Okay. Explain to the jury what caused you to open this door within the kitchen that we see in photograph 3500 and continuing to document in 3501 into 3502.
So this was a little pantry closet, and I could see some liquid that appeared to have a reddish brown color to it going into the closet. So I opened it to document it.
and then picked it up to see sort of how far that reddish liquid goes.
Exactly, yes.
And then just to see if maybe the broom was used to clean.
Yes.
And 3505, we're going to look at a close-up of an area of suspected blood that may have appeared in earlier photos, but we didn't document it close up.
That is correct.
And that's what we see here, 3508 and 3509.
Yes.
Okay. Are you about to look into the refrigerator?
Yes,
You often go to crime scenes and look in the refrigerator,
I do.
often not find anything pertinent.
Often, yes.
Found something pertinent in this case.
In this case, yes, I did.
So as we move closer to the refrigerator, 3513 and 3514, more reddish brown stains on a carton of milk inside the refrigerator.
Yes.
And additional photographs of that reddish brown staining on that carton of milk.
Yes.
All right, can we approach?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a spot for our natural break in the testimony. And so we will take our lunch break until 1:30. You'll come back up here at 1:30. That'll give you the hour and a half that I had promised you when we began jury selection. I just want to remind you not to speak with anyone about the case, about the facts that you've heard, and not do any research or look up anything using your telephones or any internet devices. And with that, have a wonderful lunch, and I'll see you at 1:30. Let's begin, Mr. Wiggins, with your next, well, with the witness who is on the stand. Let's have her brought back in, please. Wiggins, hold on, please.
Yes, sure.
I s- the other windows. I have the other windows open.
Okay. Showing defense counsel what is marked as states BO, or deputy nurses.
We'll stipulate to admission for this.
EO.
Just for the record, it is a copy of the photographs that were previously admitted via CD on USB.
BO will be admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 6.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Left off was the discussion of this, your observations and documentation of this milk jug. While you were photographing it, did you have an opportunity to see whether this milk jug had been consumed from?
Yes,
Okay. Are we looking at a milk jug that sort of has the white coating on it? That's why it might appear to be like a full jug?
that is correct.
And then documenting what's in evidence or what was inside of the freezer in photograph 3517. Okay. And then we are going to see some continued documentation of more of these, what look like bloody footprints.
That is correct.
All right. And are we returning back to the sink with those items of interest now having been marked
Yes, they were.
in a sort of a more centered view of that reddish brown stain that looked consistent with the appearance of blood in photograph 3523?
That is correct.
And some additional photographs of the knives in the sink. And some more evidence of a substance consistent with the appearance of blood in and around those knives.
That is correct.
Okay. Explain to the jury how it is you guys ended up going into this particular drawer, why you were going into the drawers.
So the kitchen counter was very clear and void of miscellaneous objects, including something that a lot of us have, a butcher's block. So we were trying to determine where these knives came from. Additionally, they were all mismatched. So my assumption was that it was just from a, like a silverware kind of a drawer. So we started going through looking for the other knives that may have been in the home, in the kitchen, I'm sorry, specifically.
That's what we see here pictured in photograph 3529, what appears to be kind of like a knife drawer.
That is correct.
And did you notice anything on any of the knives within the drawer that caught your attention?
Yes, there appeared to be suspected blood.
That's what we see here in photograph 3530, a little closer up.
Yes, that is correct.
Photograph 8, what were you documenting?
The electronic device there, specifically a laptop.
Is it standard practice in this day and age that if there is a electronic device on scene, it's going to get marked, it's going to get collected, and it's going to be available to potentially have some follow-up investigation done on it?
It is very likely, yes.
Okay. And that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Photograph 8, we're looking at a Samsung laptop.
Yes.
Okay, photograph 3534, we're moving back into the room where Mr. Redlick once was,
Yes.
and some additional documentation of those footprints. What are you doing now that you hadn't done previously?
So now I'm documenting my view with the footprints that were, I believe at this point we had moved the couch, and there were some more footprints that were underneath the couch that we had not seen previously because of its location. And that lined up with the directional path of where I had taken before.
Okay. So again, we're in the stage of scene processing and documentation where things are being moved and we're seeing what we can see.
Yes, that is correct.
And additional documentation of these bloody footprints at 3538.
Yes.
Okay. 3539. Documenting the bottom of the shoes that we saw in the previous photograph.
Yes, these appear to be men's shoes. Yes.
Looking to see if maybe there was any evidence of what appeared to be blood on the shoes.
Yes, or any pattern that we could note anywhere in the house.
Okay. Did you observe anything to be consistent with the appearance of blood on the bottom of the shoes?
I did not know.
And you did not note?
I did not know.
Okay. And then you looked, and what did you see? Did you see anything that looked like blood on the bottom?
No.
Okay. Close-up of this kind of end table that we haven't quite seen up close yet in photograph 3544.
Yes.
And it's glass that was on the table in photograph 3546.
Yes.
Some additional documentation of this area where Mr. Redlick once was in 3547.
That is correct.
And some staining on top of the lamp, close up 3.
But there is other blood now on the couch that we can see that is on the armrest and on the back.
And some close-ups of what appeared to be blood in 355.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So photograph 20. I've been talking about processing throughout this direct examination. Does processing include taking swabs of various items or surfaces so they may later be processed for the presence of DNA.
That is correct.
Can you explain generally how that is done?
So using our clean gloves, PPE, we will use a everything is used once. We swab in a circular motion, and then we will put it in a cardboard box because that has pores, which allows it to breathe. You never want to put any biohazard items in plastic. So we always put it in a separate box and about the size of a pencil. And that is where it will remain until it's packaged to go to evidence.
We have a marker here at marker 20, and then a close-up photo of that marker 3557. Did you take a swab, as you just described, swab this area so it could be later processed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA?
That is correct.
And permission to approach the witness. What is marked in states A, Z for identification purposes?
Yes.
You recognize what's marked as states A, Z.
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
I have signed the outside of the label down here with my name. And
And in addition to that, prior to your testimony, do we have a chance to look at the contents of this particular envelope and confirm that your handwriting is on the surface of the swab box inside?
yes, it is.
Do you also recognize that this was an item that was sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states A, Z for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
AZ will be admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 7.
Moving into an office that we've been in before, we now have a marker next to a computer. This is an example of a digital item of evidence that's going to get collected and made available for processing later.
yes.
Photograph 3562 and 3563, some additional documentation of that bloodstain pattern.
That is correct.
And what do we see here, and why are you taking a photo of it?
This was a brown decorative chair that was in the living room, and there was a suspected blood drop on the cushion.
Okay. Moving to photograph 3567, we now have this evidence marker 21. Does this signify that you took a swab earlier of red?
Yes, it does.
And then we are going to look at a marker that's now next to that area of reddish brown staining that we observed earlier. Would you take a swab from that location as well?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what is marked as states BA and BB for identification purposes. Permission to approach.
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as BB and BA. Do you recognize these envelopes? Your Honor, at this time, the state will seek to move into evidence what is marked as states BA and BB for identification purposes.
And BB will be admitted as the state's next numbered exhibits.
BA, State Exhibit 8. BB, State Exhibit 9.
Okay, now we're back outside. Photograph 3572, returning to that vehicle we saw previously pictured.
Yes.
And did you document the interior of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Is that what we see here in 3574?
That is correct.
What did you begin to observe in the interior of that vehicle?
I was recognizing some broken eggshells.
Am I zooming into one such example in photograph 3577?
Yes, that is correct.
And residue consistent with the appearance of egg whites and egg yolks?
Exactly, yes.
3579, another example of a broken eggshell inside of that vehicle.
That is correct.
You find eggs or eggshells rather nearby and document them in photograph 3582.
That is correct.
Now we're back inside 3584, some additional documentation of that area that you can see now that the couch has been moved.
Yes,
And we see some additional staining and some additional areas that appear consistent with footprints.
that is correct.
Okay. Part of your job duties, are you responsible for traveling to the medical examiner's office to collect evidence that is obtained either from Mr. Redlick's person or evidence that's collected from his actual body during the course of the autopsy?
Yes, I am.
Showing defense counsel what has been marked as states BD, BI, and BJ. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recognize each one of these as packages that contain items of evidence that were recovered from Mr. Redlick during the course of the autopsy?
Yes, I do.
Or at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states BI, BD, and BJ.
Any objection?
No objection.
You said BI, BD, and BJ?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so BI, BD, and BJ will be admitted as the next numbered exhibits.
BI State Exhibit 10, BD State Exhibit 11, and BJ State Exhibit 12.
These items are in evidence. Sandoval, can you tell the jury what they are?
So this one is going to be the DNA card that is provided by the medical examiner's office with his DNA put on it.
So we're talking about states 11 there. So what is in evidence of states 12?
States 12 is going to be swabs from Michael Redlick's hand.
And then states 10?
Is going to be the fingernail clippings from Michael Redlick.
So you mentioned this previously, but there was an occasion where you actually returned to the home on Temple Drive to execute or assist in the execution of an additional search warrant.
Yes,
When was that?
that was on January 18th.
Were you aware of any sort of particular reason for this second search warrant? Like what was being searched for? What was being looked for?
My understanding was we were there to collect the trash as it had not been put out to the curb for them to do what we call a trash pull. So we were going there. Again, my knowledge was for the garbage, but the search warrant did have other things in it that we were allowed to go into and get.
Would you end up finding and examining things other than just the garbage?
Yes.
Do you recall Ms. Redlick being home when this search warrant was executed?
Yes, I do.
We see here photograph 3645, markers 1 and 2 on the garbage.
Yes.
Would this garbage be examined?
It-
Documented the vehicles
Mhm.
while you were there? And began to document what was laying around during the course of this search warrant?
Yes, so at the direction of some of our detectives who divide up rooms, they will look for objects that they know are search warrant and there to document items for them. So some of these were the items, yes.
So you were called over to document, the papers that were in this stack.
Yes, I was.
We see an example of something that you found within that stack.
Yes, that is correct.
Documenting the contents of Ms. Redlick's wallet.
Yes.
And then were these papers laid out in this manner whenever you arrived?
Yes, they were.
You documented this journal page, which it was turned to upon your arrival.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Could you please read the journal page?
God, Blessed Mother Mary, I call out to you at this most trying time. Please help my children and I remain together through this tragedy. Please keep Michael in peace, rested, and loved. I believe in miracles and will devote the rest of my life to your service. Given to me and am ready to be as gracious for your blessings in this as I have ever been. I pray and believe you may keep me home with my children and have the opportunity to sort through our lives and take care of everything. I have faith. Just guide me and I will listen and act. Carry me away. Forgive me for wrongdoings, for I am heartily sorry.
Photograph 3700.
We are back in the master bedroom along the wall where the entrance to the bathroom is. So depending on how you look at the bed, it would be the right side of the bed on this way.
Did you find journals inside of these drawers?
Our detectives did, yes.
And did you document them at their request?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Photograph 3709. I'd like you to, is this an example of the documentation you did of a journal that was found within this drawer?
Yes, it is.
Would you please read what was put in the journal on January 28th, 2018?
I am in the worst way now, right now. He was pursuing another I filed for divorce last week. Mike should be getting papers served soon. I am so sad, so hurt, and torn apart. I have had to really dig deep and rely on faith and my neighbor Jan. Mike's betrayal, a second time with that Nicole woman, is the worst hurt ever. I gave him so many opportunities to build something deeper with me, but he is a ridiculous man. Sad. The kids are now witnessing his untrustworthy behavior, and he is still blaming me, trying to belittle me any chance he gets to kids. He is so insecure and doesn't have a clue how to treat something sacred and meaningful. I had an anxious, nervous stomach all day. He said he is looking forward to moving out and living in the fancy Lake Killarney apartment. He makes me so sick. There were days with his working out, meetings, lies, girlfriend, delusions, threats, and reckless abandon of his family. It seems like he will always try to tear me down, hurt me, win the power. He's relentless, but I think people are starting to see how transparent he is. I wish I could elevate to some peace finally. I love my kids so much. They deserve it as well. I can't believe where I am. What does God want? I keep telling myself he needs me. People, my life the last 8 years or so has been so hard, scary, and unpleasant. Michael is moving out April 1st. I wish I could never see him again. I feel like he, if given any opportunity, will end up destroying me totally. He really has done a number on me. I tried to connect with him this last time. I was so needy and even laid with him, allowed him to touch me, hold me, and he basically took advantage. He always selfish, narcissistic, and unconscious. I'm so alone. I've cried to Robert the other day about the other woman. It's the day I actually filed for divorce. He has been so cruel to me. It's so disturbingly weird sometimes, irrational even. Why am I writing about this depressing stuff? I think about it way too much in my head as it is. I can't wait until I can write that something wonderful happened. Although I'm grateful for many things like the news I got about the cyst on my ovaries. Sawyer is laying next to me right now, and I can hear his breath, and he is so precious. My heart aches. Good night.
And then reading, continuing on 3/14/18.
Things are so bad between Mike and I. Never imagined how our family could come to such a tragic place. I have so much guilt about the kids. We were so toxic together and still are. All I ever wanted was a closeness and a bond, one that I could feel, honor, and cherish. I'm afraid he isn't going to continue paying the bills. He often threatens me financially. Will this horrible relationship ever end? Absolutely, the marriage will, but we still have to deal for the kids. I am not sure he is sane. Extreme narcissist, spell check, sorry. Fluctuates, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. I need money and not quite sure how to play cards for divorce. Credit card is high. I'm going to have to get something in case Mike tries to stop paying my bills, our bills. Of course, I want to work, but I might have to wait out the dream job until later. Station of livelihood, he right now or any time for that matter. Ugh, this journal has been a negative Nelly. That will change as I manifest. More positivity, I'm sorry.
Moving on, 3745. Some sort of molding or something that you took a photograph of.
That is correct.
Documenting the contents of one of these composition notebooks.
That is correct.
And this was adjacent to, or was it the same notebook that we just saw previously where we read a passage?
Yes, that is correct.
See some sort of accounting of some costs related to a funeral here.
Yes, those are funeral homes listed.
And could you please read the list that followed the information related to the funeral home?
Marla, Jeremy, PNC, car leases, life insurance, Vegas ticket, Van M tickets, funeral.
Now we're back at the closet, and you sort of predicted that we would see this closet again, and there would be something that caught your attention. This is the man's closet or the men's closet.
Yes, it is.
And do we see something that you did not observe the first time you were in the home?
Yes, there was a red-brown stain.
Did you swab this red-brown stain?
We did.
I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as state BE for identification purposes. Permission to approach.
Yes.
Do you recognize states BE as the envelope containing the swab from the reddish-brown stain we see pictured here in this photograph?
I do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states BE for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Letter BE will be admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 13.
In a close-up of that area, photograph 3776.
That is correct.
Okay. Looking at photograph 3869, we're back at that vehicle we've seen previously.
Yes.
And do you search the interior of that vehicle?
Yes, we do.
And inside that vehicle, did you locate a laptop?
Yes, we did.
Was that laptop collected?
It was, yes.
I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as states BF for identification purposes. Permission to approach.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm approaching you with BF. Do you recognize states BF?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize it as the packaging that contains the laptop that you collected from the back of Michael Redlick's car?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move in evidence what has been marked as states BF for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
BF is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 14.
Okay, here we are looking at some trash. This would be where?
This is in our vehicle bay back at the police department.
In documenting the process of going through the trash here.
Yes.
Okay. And what did we find within the trash?
So in one of the bags, we found a black-handled knife.
Is this the same knife that we saw earlier that had the reddish brown on it?
It appeared to be, yes.
And a close-up of that knife in photograph 3884.
Yes.
Continuing to document the contents of the trash,
Yes, we are.
seeing evidence of cleaning bottles within the trash.
That is correct.
Continued documentation this time of the recycling.
That is correct.
And was a receipt found that ultimately led to some additional investigation.
That is correct.
Is that what we see pictured here?
Yes.
I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as states V for identification purposes. Permission to approach.
Yes, sir.
Son-in-law, are we looking at a copy of the photograph that's displayed on the projector right now, just in printed form in
Yes.
States V?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of that receipt?
it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what is marked as States V for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States V is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 15.
And this was a McDonald's receipt
Yes.
from what particular McDonald's?
It was the location at 2472 Aloma Ave in Winter Park.
Any follow-up that would have been done, that would have been the responsibility of the investigating detectives, correct?
That is correct.
I don't have any further questions of this witness.
All right, Mr. Parnell?
Good afternoon. You agree with me that the primary concentration of the blood that was found in the house, or the suspected blood, was going to be in the living room near the body and then on that trail to the bathroom area?
I would say that it was accurate that the most of the blood was around the decedent and in that trail, yes.
The blood or suspected blood that was found on the scene, whether it be on the furniture, on the wall, on the floor, you can't speak as to when that was deposited in those areas, correct?
I was not at the home with them, so no.
The phone that was found, or I guess Michael's phone, was found in his pocket when you did the search of the home, correct?
Incorrect. It was found when the medical examiner went through his pockets.
Okay, so you were present for that.
I was, yes.
It was located in his pocket
Yes,
just 5 minutes later than what I had just asked you, or a little bit later than what I had just asked you.
sure.
But nobody had taken it out of his pocket, and the medical examiner found it
That is correct.
in that location. That was right before the medical examiner, you said, manipulated the body, helped turn him over.
Yes,
Part of what you said in direct was that that was done for the purpose of determining, are there any wounds, are there any injuries to his back? So we heard that question, but I don't think we heard an answer on that. So were there any wounds on Mr. Redlick's back?
he was covered in blood, so it was kind of hard to distinguish. We have what we call dirty photos, things like that, when the decedent is not cleaned. So at that point, it was hard for me to tell if there was anything else, but what I saw, I did not see anything other than regular lividity.
From what you observed, there were no injuries to his back.
I was comfortable with the medical examiner taking him back to their office to perform a more thorough investigation than I could because I am not a medical examiner.
As a layperson, you understand what a scratch or a wound or something like that looks like, correct?
I do.
You don't need medical expertise for that opinion.
I do not.
You did not see any scratches on Michael Redlick's back.
As I stated before, he was covered in blood. So what I saw was a blood-soaked man. There is discoloring when lividity occurs, and he had been laying on his back. So sometimes it can look like bruising to a person because of the pooling of the blood, and it stays there. So as far as scratches or things like that, I didn't see anything at that point, no, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't injury though, potential injury.
So the answer to my question of did you see any is no, you did not.
I did not see any scratches as he was saying, so.
You did not see any wounds, like you saw the wound on the shoulder. You did not see anything similar to that on his back either, correct?
I did not.
No further questions.
Right. Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. State your next witness.
The state calls Mr. Galloway.
do.
Please be seated. Sir, would you please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record?
Lauren, Lorne, David Galloway, Galloway.
Ms. Garcia?
Where are you currently employed?
At Aries Training Facility in Leesburg,
And where were you previously employed?
Winter Park Police Department,
And how long did you work with the Winter Park Police Department?
5 years,
And when did you leave the Winter Park Police Department?
August of 2020.
And what type of education and training did you have? And actually, let me go back. You said that you worked for the Winter Park Police Department. What did you do at the Winter Park Police Department?
I mainly did road patrol.
So you were an officer?
Yes.
Okay. So what type of education and training did you have that qualified you to be an officer with the Winter Park Police Department?
I completed the police academy and was certified by the state.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention back to the morning of January 12th of 2019. Were you working that morning?
I was
And what was your job capacity in that morning?
road patrol.
Could you please describe to the jury what some of your duties and responsibilities were as a road patrol deputy?
Answer calls, handle disputes, patrol the streets and meet with the citizens.
Now, on that particular morning, were you ever called to go to a hospital?
Yes.
And which hospital were you told to respond to?
Florida South, Orlando Health. I knew it as Florida South.
Okay, and do the hospitals sometimes change names over time?
They do.
Okay. And when you were told to go to a particular hospital, what were you told to do when you arrived at the hospital?
I was going to meet with somebody from a call. I wasn't told if it was a victim or suspect, just to collect the clothing and get pictures.
And when you arrived at the hospital, was that individual already there or did you beat them to the hospital?
I believe I beat them to the hospital.
And do you remember what time you got to the hospital that morning?
I know it was probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock-ish.
Okay. Now, you said that you believe that you beat the individual there. When the individual arrived, did you at some point in time take photos?
I did.
And was the purpose of taking the photos in order to document if they had any injuries
Yes,
and document how they looked when they arrived at the hospital?
correct.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing opposing counsel has been marked as for identification as state O. And the witness was been marked for identification as states O. Do you recognize states O?
I do.
And how do you recognize states O?
These were photos that we reviewed earlier.
Okay, so is that your initial
It
and
is.
the date?
It is.
And before coming to testify, did you have an opportunity to review this disc with me?
Yes,
And on this disc are they the photos that fairly and accurately depict the ones that you took of the individual that day?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers what's been marked for identification as states O into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
States O is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 16.
What's the purpose of taking this picture?
To mark the photos as per the case and the start time for the series of photos.
Okay, so on this, on this particular date, so January 12th of 2019, you started taking these photos at 11:06 in the morning?
Yes,
And when you, and is this the individual that you took the photos of?
yes,
And when you were taking the photos, and is this a photo of the wrist?
yes,
And is this another photo of the wrist?
yes.
Now, with this photo, which is 2724, at any point in time, did you ask this individual, did she have any injuries?
Correct.
And what did she tell you?
She referred to the injury in her arm.
So just the one injury on her left arm, is that correct?
Yes,
And is that why you documented this and took this photo?
it is.
Along with an additional photo, which is the 2725?
Yes,
And then you documented her right hand, is that correct?
yes,
And a second photo?
correct.
And then now we have some photos of her feet. Did she indicate to you that she had any injuries on her feet?
No,
So why were you taking photos of her feet?
just to document how she arrived at the hospital with the what's possibly blood on her feet.
And so for the record, this is 2728. And then photo 2729, is this additional photo of her foot?
Yes,
And then our photo of her other foot, which is 2730?
yes,
And then 2731, another photo of the foot, is that correct?
correct.
Now, Mr. Galloway, at any point in time, if this individual would have told you that they had other injuries, would you have documented those other injuries?
Yes,
So at no point in time did she indicate that she had any injuries to her head?
not to me that I recall.
Okay, because you would have taken a photo, right?
Right.
And this person didn't tell you that she had any injuries to her neck, is that correct?
No.
So the only injury that she told you beside her wrists was to that left arm, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, after taking the photos, was there anything else that you did that morning?
As requested, I collected the person's clothing, and the nurse provided me with the gauze that was used to clean up the blood on her feet.
So you collected the clothing and some gauze, is that correct?
Yes, collected and packaged to be submitted to CSI for evidence.
Okay. And did you stay at the hospital until CST Bigley came?
Correct.
And then did you give those items directly to CST Bigley?
I did.
And so you gave him the clothes and the gauze, is that correct?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Briefly. Actually, no, I have no questions, Your Honor.
I have to take a break to discuss another matter. I'm going to ask the deputy to escort you to the jury room, and I'll bring you back as soon as possible. When you all go in there, can you all let me know if it's warm or if the temperature is cooler? Because I had them take a look at that. My understanding is that it was getting a little stuffy in there. So if y'all could check on that, please let me know. Record until. And how do you spell her last name? Vanderbilt, Vanderfeld, got it.
Yes, Vandervelde.
Read members of the jury, the sworn testimony of Dr. Kristen Vanderfeld given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in the case. Any objection to that instruction from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let me print out a few copies, and Betsy, if you can pass these out, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vince? Yes, Your Honor. Let's bring in the jury, please. Do you feel a difference? Is it hot in there? Okay, well, maybe it's trying. The sworn testimony of Dr. Kristen Vanderfeld given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in the case.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states BN for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
BN will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 17.
Permission to publish state 17.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please be seated. All right, doctor, would you please state your full name, spell your first and last name?
Yes, Dr. Kristen Vanderfeld. First name is Kristen. Last name is Vandervelde.
Thank you very much. Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Dr. Vanderbilt. Where are you employed?
At Advent Health Orlando.
What do you do for Advent Health Orlando?
I'm an emergency medicine attending physician.
What are your job duties as an emergency room attending physician?
I see patients for acute care in the emergency department, so basically anything that comes in the door.
How long have you occupied or held that position?
I've been an attending physician since 2014.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and experience that led you to that particular position?
Yes, I did a undergraduate degree in biomedical science at University of South Florida in Tampa, Florida. I then went to LECOM College of Medicine in Bradenton, Florida, and attained my doctorate from that school. I then completed a residency at Advent Health East Orlando and on Lake Underhill here in Orlando.
Jordan, could we approach for a moment?
Okay, so let's go back on the record, please. Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, Dr. Vanderbilt, what are your job duties as an ER physician at Advent Health?
So I take care of patients, anything that comes in the front door. So any acuity from basic clinic care to trauma to active resuscitations.
And you're a little soft-spoken. It's very important that the audio
okay.
picks up. So I don't know if you could lean forward a
Yeah.
little bit and just make sure that
Should I look at the camera?
make sure you're talking loud enough that
Okay.
you're going to be picked up. Was it while working in this capacity on January 12, 2019, that you came into contact with a patient who would be identified to you as Danielle Redlick?
Yes.
And did you provide care to Danielle Redlick while she was a patient at Advent Health Florida?
I did.
During the course of the care that you provided, were records shared?
Yes.
I'm showing the defense counsel what is marked as states W for identification purposes. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with states W.
Yes.
Dr. Mandel.
Your Honor, I just want to see if the court will inquire or let the jury know that if they can't hear this or any other exhibit, that they can let you know.
Okay. Can you all hear everything? Okay, and will y'all let me know if at any time you don't hear, or you're not able to see something, let me know. Okay.
Prior to your testimony here today, did you and I have a chance to review the contents of states W?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the records that were generated in connection with the care that was provided to Danielle Redlick?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is seeking the evidence what has been marked as states W for identification purposes.
Any objection? No objection. States W will be admitted as states number 1.
Doctor, we are going to review this record and talk about what it tells us as far as Ms. Redlick's condition and what you learned about her presentation at the hospital that day on January 12th.
Okay.
Okay, and we're going to start on page 211 of the record,
Okay.
where the title is Advent Health. We have that box that reads ED physician sheet.
Okay.
Is there a portion of this record that indicates when you first came in contact with Ms. Redlick inside the hospital?
Yes, the provider contact date and time under that heading, January 12th, 2019, 11:05 a.m. is when I would have signed up for the patient, which is when a patient comes in either via EMS or through the front door. They're listed on a tracker board, and when I assign myself to the patient, that's how that time is generated.
Would you have seen her shortly after that time period?
Yes, probably at around 11:10, I would estimate, which is written further down.
The next block of text is titled History of Present Illness. Does this contain a history as it was made known to you and the hospital related to Ms. Redlick's admission?
Yes.
Could you please read through the history of present illness?
Yes, the patient presents with self-inflicted SI times 2 hours. Patient is a 45-year-old female with no past medical history. Patient presents to the ED with lacerations to the bilateral wrist and
Okay, let me stop you there. So there's a few shorthand phrases. What is SI?
suicidal ideation.
Okay. Time X 2 hours.
That would indicate approximately 2 hours ago.
And PMHX.
Past medical history.
All right. If you could continue on.
Okay. Patient denies other areas of self-inflicted harm. Police states that the patient was involved in an altercation with her husband last night. She denies head trauma and LOC, that's loss of consciousness.
So LOC stands for loss of consciousness.
Correct.
So you would they provided information that Ms. Redlick had denied a loss of consciousness.
Correct.
Continue.
The onset was 2 hours ago. The course duration of symptoms is constant. Character of symptoms, depressed, suicidal thoughts. The degree of symptoms is moderate, self-injury, incised wrists, the exacerbating factor is family problems.
What does incised wrist mean to a layperson?
A incision to the wrist.
Okay, the next block of text, titled Review of Systems, what is contained within this portion of the record?
It further elaborates on the history of present illness, more precisely as to what the patient is currently experiencing or complaining, her chief complaint on coming to the emergency department. So additional symptoms.
Let's move into page 212 that we see in the bottom corner of the record, so the next page, and begin to discuss the physical examination section. The information that's contained from this portion of the record, is it produced as a result of the actual care that you're providing to Ms. Redlick?
Yes, this is the physical exam part of the record. So yes, that would be my examination of the patient.
Would you please explain to the jury how it is you go about providing care to a patient such as Ms. Redlick as she presented to you?
As far as the physical exam is concerned to this specific part of the chart?
Well, thank you for clarifying. Not necessarily the vital signs, but moving forward to assessing her condition
Okay.
more specifically beyond the vital signs. So what do you do to sort of begin to assess her condition?
So immediately on patient presentation, when I see a patient, there are easy things that I can see to the naked eye. So the visual appearance of the patient, neurologically, how she's acting, if she's alert and oriented, answering questions appropriately. And then anything that I have to encounter, do an exam upon, for instance, cardiovascular. Of course, I listen to her heart and lungs. I look for, obviously, the injuries that I noted on the skin was a product of my exam looking at her wrists.
Are you asking her any questions to determine whether there are other areas that you should focus in on your examination?
I will ask patients such as this if there are any other areas that are bleeding or bothering you at this time.
And had Ms. Redlick identified any areas that were bothering her, would you have noted that and it would have been included in these records?
It would have been included most likely on the history of present illness or the review of systems.
Okay, so we do not see a reference to a particular injury or a particular complaint. It is because it wasn't provided to you.
Correct, or I did not see that on my exam.
In addition to asking Mrs. Redlick questions about her physical condition, you're going to lay eyes on all of her sort of portions of her body to ensure that you're doing more than just taking her word for it.
Correct, everything that is apparent to the naked eye, I would see.
If you observe additional injuries, additional trauma, would you then note that within these records?
Yes.
So if we do not see any notations of that sort, are you able to infer that you did not observe those and that is why they aren't noted?
Correct. If I didn't observe it, I would not have documented it.
And if you did observe it, it would have been.
Correct.
So let's go to the section that starts general and work our way through each one of those points to
Okay.
understand what we can understand.
Okay.
So general, what is that a reference to? What have we learned from your notes?
The general appearance of the patient, just how the initial encounter of doing the physical exam appears. So she was alert and resting comfortably, no acute distress. That's what that refers to.
Skin. Please read that section and I'll ask you some questions.
Warm, intact, no rash, left wrist, 4 centimeter laceration, no active bleeding, bruise proximal to the elbow, right wrist, 2.5 centimeter superficial laceration, no active bleeding.
Had you observed any bruising on any other portion of this Redlick, would you have noted it?
On the skin or on the appropriate part of the physical, yes.
And the only bruising that you observed was the bruise to the proximal elbow.
Reading through the rest, yes, that appears correct.
Moving to head. Go ahead.
Okay, normocephalic atraumatic.
What does that mean?
It means that the contour of her head, there was no obvious depression or deformity. That's what normocephalic means, and atraumatic as well.
Had Ms. Redlick identified that she had sustained any sort of head trauma, would you have noted that?
Yes, anything that was visible or obvious, it would be in that section, yes.
And so the absence of that indicates that Ms. Redlick did not identify any head trauma to you,
Correct, I did not see anything.
and she did not indicate it.
No,
No, she.
she did not indicate anything. As far as going by my chart records, if it's not there, then I have to assume no. Yes.
All right, moving to neck.
Supple trachea midline, no JVD.
And what does that tell us?
Supple means that there's no neck stiffness. Trachea midline means that the trachea is midline in the correct position. JVD refers to jugular venous distension, which is something that can be seen in cardiac compromise or trauma.
And if there was any trauma to her neck, any outward appearance of trauma, once again, you would have noted it.
Correct.
And you did not.
Correct, I did not.
Eyes.
Pupils are equal, round, and reacted to light. Extraocular movements are intact. Normal conjunctiva, vision grossly normal.
Is this information and this examination a way that you may be able to tell if there are maybe some other like concussion-related symptoms or something maybe that she's not able to report to you that's going on as far as trauma is concerned?
It can lead, the examination of the eyes is very important with regards to neurological trauma. So the fact that that was normal it assumes that there's no obvious neurological trauma. You take that into account as part of the neurologic exam.
Nothing about that examination threw up any indication that there was some sort of neurological trauma you needed to follow up.
Correct. This was a normal eye exam.
Okay. So chest wall, are you actually looking at Ms. Redlick's chest, examining it to determine if there's trauma or any issues with it?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So no tenderness, no deformity.
And back?
Non-tender, normal range of motion.
When you say non-tender within this section of the record, are you relying on Ms. Redlick to tell you, are you hurting in this area? Do you have tenderness?
So typically, if there's a trauma evaluation, we palpate the spine. And if the patient tells us a certain area is hurting, then we focus on that.
So you're manipulating her body and you're asking for how does this feel? Do you have any pain? And when I see a response or we see a response, no tenderness, you're not getting any indication from her that she's responding with any sort of pain in this section.
Correct. That's probably, it means a combination usually of her not relaying anything to me and me not seeing anything on physical exam to suggest any tenderness.
We're moving to musculoskeletal. What is that? And could you explain this portion of the record?
Yes, so it says normal range of motion, normal strength, no tenderness, no swelling, no deformity, hand bilateral, full range of motion of hand and wrist without any identifiable motor and sensation deficit. What that means in regards to the injuries that I did see with the lacerations on her bilateral wrist is that there was no thickness of the wounds to cause any motor or sensation deficit. So she had full range of motion of both of her hands and sensation where I touched her, and there's physical exam things that I would do to detect that, if that makes sense.
Okay. Normal arm, and that refers to range of motion?
Correct.
So is that indicating that Ms. Redlick is not saying that she's struggling to move her arms or legs or or neck or any of her joints?
Again, it's probably a combination of both. Oftentimes, patients, when I speak to them, I can see the way that they're moving if they are limited in their range of motion. And then this would have been more specific with regard to her hand and wrist because of the location of her injuries. So I would have actually had her do a few things for me on exam, typically.
What about the tenderness? How broad is that observation? Is that from head to toe or just related to the wrist?
So for the first part of the musculoskeletal exam, that's usually we do that to extremity tenderness, more of a broad exam, and then further indicate where it says hand. I was more specific there.
So there was no tenderness broadly with Ms. Redlick?
Not that was seen on exam, no. Or reported, correct.
And then the neurological and psychiatric.
Neurological, it says alert and oriented to person, place, time, and situation. No focal neurological deficit observed. CN 2 through 12 intact. Normal sensory observed. Normal motor observed. Normal speech observed. Normal coordination observed.
In psychiatric?
And psychiatric, cooperative, mood and affect was depressed.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Vanderbilt. Had Ms. Redlick been unwilling to provide you with a history, answer your questions, and engage in your examination, would you have written cooperative?
Yes. Yes.
Would.
If she was able.
If she didn't do that.
Oh, if she didn't.
Well,
So, I'm sorry. So if she refused any parts of the exam or there was any, if she refused, then I would not have put cooperative. It would be uncooperative.
If you refused to respond to your questions related to her condition, you would have put her down as cooperative.
So that depends. In the medical records, and psychiatric, cooperative, mood and affect was depressed.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Vanderbilt. Had Ms. Redlick been unwilling to provide you with a history, answer your questions, and engage in your examination, would you have written cooperative?
Yes. Yes. If she was able.
If she didn't do that.
Oh, if she didn't. So, I'm sorry. So if she refused any parts of the exam or there was any, if she refused, then I would not have put cooperative. It would be uncooperative in the chart.
So if you're asking her questions and she refused to respond to your questions related to her condition, you would have put her down as cooperative.
So that depends. In the medical record, it's, how I'm evaluating her and the things that I need to see to correctly medically treat her. She was cooperative. A lot of the time patients they may not they may not feel comfortable answering other questions in the clinical encounter.
Understood. But to your recollection, she answered the questions you needed her to answer.
For the physical and to correctly treat her in an emergency medicine standpoint, yes.
Let's talk about the next page, 213.
Okay.
Based off of what you knew for the reason of Ms. Redlick's admission, we see some reference towards the bottom of the page to the notes. What does that pertain to?
Under the re-examination, re-evaluation,
Yes.
Heather. So these are the additional times that I encountered the patient. So initially I would have let her know what the plan of care was, typically blood work, imaging, whatever we were going to do. That's usually the first note. She was updated on the intended course of treatment and she is agreeable. And then the second note is actually a macro that we're required to place in our charts for Baker Act patients legally through our hospital system. We have to have that in charts such as this.
What is the Baker Act?
So it's a psychiatric hold, 72-hour hold for an emergency psychiatric evaluation.
So based off of her reason for presentation, did you, based off your training experience, believe that she would be subject to a Baker Act hold in this case?
situation for somebody such as this. I cannot recall if I was the one that initiated the Baker Act or if the police did in this case.
Let's turn to page 214. To the next page.
Okay.
And yet we see references to the procedure. What is this detail?
So this is when I would have done the laceration repair to her lacerations on her bilateralness. The order that you see is for lidocaine, which is the numbing solution that we use. And then further down, you see the procedure notes. As you know, those are done as I did the laceration repair. As far as any procedural treatment, yes. So
You can just rewind it back a little bit, then maybe it'll catch up with the buffering. If that's the issue.
Could I approach this briefly?
Mhm. That's yes. So Mr. Wiggins is going to take the laptop and put it on the bar in front of you so that you all will be able to hear it or to see it. And then he has a Bluetooth or a speaker that he's going to attach to it to make sure that you all can hear it as well. If you have any issues, let me know. Just raise your hand and let me know.
May I, Your Honor?
Mhm.
Let's turn to page 214. The next page.
Okay.
And we see references to the procedure. What is this detail?
So this is when I would have done the laceration repair to her lacerations on her bilateral wrist. The order that you see is for lidocaine, which is the numbing solution that we use. And then further down, you see the procedure notes. As you know, those are done as I did the laceration repair.
Was this the only treatment that you had to provide?
As far as any procedural treatment, yes.
Okay. Moving to page 215 and discussing the section that begins with consult, psychiatric consultation. Because of the nature of her presentation, did you in fact request that emergency psychiatric evaluation take place within hospital?
So I can't remember again the Baker Act. However, I did notify our on-call psychiatrist, who's listed on the previous page at the bottom, to see the patient.
So it would have been done at your request because of what you knew about her presentation.
Correct. I told that physician what was going on and requested that she see the patient.
And would the results of that contact be incorporated into these records on page 215 that we see?
Yes, this appears to be the evaluation of the psychiatrist. It appears that one of our, we have a group of psychiatrists that see patients, so it seems like I may have spoken with one in that group and a different physician conducted a psychiatric assessment.
So this section on page 215 rather, that large
Right hand, is that correct?
consultation notes would have been produced as a result of the on-call psychiatric professional coming in, asking us certain questions and taking notes and keeping a record of what she said in response to those questions.
I believe so. This is his dictated note. So that's generated from his consult. Yes.
Based on your training experience, is that how these notes and these records sort of come to appear in this form?
Yes, yes.
So moving to page 216. I'd like to draw your attention to the entry app that starts 01/12/19/11/07 and read that and explain what this information pertains to.
Read it. I'm sorry, I just found it. Read it out, you said?
Please.
Okay. Patient arrives by EMS from home, A&O ×3, crying. Patient reports that she's self-inflicted laceration with kitchen knife to bilateral wrist this AM at 0900. EMS noted no active bleeding on scene and placed dressings on wrist. One laceration noted across each wrist. Patient reports numbness to left hand. Patient also arrived with dry blood to bilateral feet and stated that it was not her blood. Bruise noted to left upper arm.
Where would this information
This appears to be our nursing notes from here forward. I'm just going to look through, this was not me documenting that. Typically, the nurses' triage notes, and then their time event notes would appear in this area of the chart.
This information would have been available to you had you needed to refer to it for any
Yes, yeah.
aspect of the issue.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury how deep the lacerations were on Ms. Redlick's wrists?
So they're both subcutaneous, which means that typically it'd be into the subcutaneous fat, so through the dermis and epidermis of the subcutaneous tissue.
And deep enough that it required, you couldn't just put a band on.
Correct.
Had to perform the procedure that's detailed on page 214.
Correct.
Is this the type of injury that if it is deep as it can?
If it went deeper past the subcutaneous, yes.
She could have sustained an injury that may have ended her life but for emergency medical treatment.
Correct. It depends on the depth of the wound, of course. So if you enter into the space where you have your arteries, the radial artery in this case, then yes.
She didn't need quite many.
It did not appear from my physical exam, no.
I have no further questions this witness.
When you treated this directly at the hospital, you did notice a
So the documentation.
Do you know what time that nurse took that documentation in?
It says,
You go back to your documentation, you know what time you put your documentation.
it looks like the physical exam, 0608. A lot of the time, my nurses will be at the bedside with me. We're actually encouraged to see patients with the nurses at the same time, so that they know what their plan of care is.
So do you recall, if there was a nurse with you at the same time, maybe these notes?
I don't recall.
Now, you said that you testified that there was, I think, on page 12. If you had heard Ms. Redlick complaining about numbness to her left hand, where would you have noted that?
In the physical exam on page 212, that's my exam there. So I did a physical exam to determine if there was any numbness. So on my exam, there was not. If she indicated to me there was numbness, then it would be indicated in the either the history of present illness or the review of systems on page 211.
On page 216, again, that was 1/12/2019, November 7th, mark. That was a nurse.
That's a nurse's note, correct?
And the nurse stated that patient reports numbness to left hand.
She did note that in her note.
Alexis now turns to page 221. I have blood tests, or lab tests,
Correct.
and, what do these tests test for?
The ones listed on 221.
All of those.
So the ones listed on 221, it's a urine toxicology screen to test for amphetamines, barbiturates, benzodiazepines, cocaine, methadone, THC, opiates, oxycodone, and tricyclics.
Specifically, I want to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
This page, yes, it's the top, yeah, ethanol.
So one of the things, that we tested for was ethanol.
Correct.
In other words, we tested the presence of alcohol in the blood system.
Correct.
And the reference range for the alcohol level is less than 10 milligrams per deciliter.
Correct.
Which means for any individual, there should be less than 10 milligrams per deciliter of alcohol. Is that right?
This is assumed to be a negative result for our lab, is what that means.
So if someone consumed zero alcohol, that test result for alcohol would be the one that is on
Correct.
Ms. Redlick's,
Yes.
records. Which means that Ms. Redlick's test for alcohol was in the normal range, and it was negative.
Correct.
I would like to turn to page 212. And the measurements,
Okay.
you have Ms. Redlick's weight at 139 ounce.
Correct.
And this is on January 12, 2019,
Yes.
and she was 5'7" in height.
That seems correct, yes. 5 inches, 67. Correct.
In a moment. No other questions? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Wiggins, any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Vanderbilt, had Ms. Redlick spent the preceding 12 hours cleaning up a murder scene rather than drinking, is it possible that her blood alcohol level would report what it reports in this particular result?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
What further questions this witness?
If you're not familiar with this case, you state.
Yes, Your Honor.
And, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, any questions for you that?
All right, Mr. Wiggins, your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Edward Bigley.
Ms. Garcia.
Bigley.
Full name for the record, spell your first and last name.
Good afternoon. It's Edward Bigley, Bigley.
And could you please tell the jury where you are currently employed?
With the City of Winter Park Police Department as a property evidence crime scene technician.
And how long have you been a property evidence crime scene technician with the Winter Park Police Department?
I've been with the agency 31 years.
And what type of education and training do you have that qualifies you to do your job?
Graduated Winter Park High School in '85. After high school, I went into the service, served as a military police officer until 1989. Attended Valencia Community College when I got out of the Army and served at the Universal Studio Security Command Center while going to school. And in '91, I was hired by the Winter Park Police Department. I started as a 911 operator and then moved to evidence.
So I'd like to direct your attention back to January of 2019. A word.
I was not, I was off.
Did you actually get called in on that particular day?
I did.
And when did you get called in?
I got a phone call from my supervisor at 9:50 in the morning.
And what were you asked to work that particular day?
I was told that they were working a death investigation where the main crime scene technician would need assistance and asked if I was available.
And did you come into work that day?
I did.
And where did you actually go to on that particular day?
To the scene itself at 1231 Temple Drive.
And do you recall when you actually arrived at the scene? And if you need to, do you need to refresh your recollection?
For the exact time, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so please, and do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Okay, so please look at your report. Once your recollection has been refreshed, if you can flip it back over and look up.
I arrived on scene at 10:40 hours.
And when you arrived on scene, were you the first person on scene?
I was not.
Were you the first? And just for clarification, in Winter Park, are you considered a CSI or a CST?
Technician, we're civilian employees.
And so were you the first CST on the scene that particular morning?
I was not.
And could you please describe to the jury some of your duties and responsibilities as a CST?
So besides investigating crime scenes, as a civilian employee, we turn over all of our information and findings to an officer or a detective. And in this case, for this type of scene, it was a lot of processing and collecting of evidence, photography. Then once we have all that evidence, it's our job to also maintain all that evidence back at our evidence room.
When you arrived on scene, could you describe this scene to the jury?
Yes, it is located at the corner of Elm and Temple in a nice area of Winter Park. It's a larger home. The officers had already set up their barrier tape, the yellow tape that you see. And I stayed outside of that tape until I was needed.
And when you arrived on scene, did you speak with anyone when you first arrived on scene?
I did. I met with crime scene technician Carla Sunball and Detective Pam Ware.
And after speaking with them, were you briefed about what had occurred thus far?
I was.
At that point in time, did you actually stay on scene or did you go somewhere else?
So I stayed on scene while they were obtaining a search warrant. And then during that time, I was asked to go to the hospital to photograph injuries.
And why did you go to the hospital?
I did.
I said, why did you go to the hospital?
To photograph injuries from Mrs. Redlick.
So someone had already been transported?
Correct.
And that was somebody who was found on scene that morning?
Correct.
And did you go to the hospital to photograph these injuries?
I did.
And do you remember what time approximately that you arrived at the hospital that day?
May I look at my report?
Does your recollection need to be refreshed?
It's around 2:20, but I can tell you specifically if you'd like.
Do you remember?
It's around 2:20.
Okay. And when you arrived at the hospital, was Ms. Redlick at the hospital?
She was.
Was there any other officer at the hospital when you arrived?
Yes, Officer Lauren Galloway.
And when you got there, did Officer Galloway already have some evidence for you?
He did.
And what type of evidence did he already have collected?
He had the evidence turned over to him from the hospital, clothing, some gauze, and he had also taken photos as well, which did not turn over to me, but we talked about him having photos.
So he had already taken one set of photos. Since he had already taken one set of photos, did you still take additional photos?
I did.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing counsel some mark for identification as states P. I'm handing the witness with some mark for identification as states P. Do you recognize states P?
I do.
How do you recognize states P?
My initials are on the disc that contains the photos.
And prior to coming to testify today, did you have an opportunity to review this disc, and did it contain the photos that you took on that particular day?
It did.
And are those photos a fair and accurate depiction of what Ms. Redlick looked like that day at the hospital?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers us mark identification as states P.
Any objection?
Objection.
States P will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 18.
Commissioner Potter, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
CST Bigley, how did you determine what photos to take of Ms. Redlick?
Upon my arrival, I introduced myself to Miss Redlick and told her I was there to document any injuries that she may or may not have.
And I know it's been a while, but if you saw Ms. Redlick again, would you be able to identify her?
I believe so.
And could you look around the courtroom and do you see? And once again, you're taking photos regardless of whether or not you see injuries, correct?
Question asked and answered.
Sustain. Next question, please.
Moving on to 2659.
Same photo, yes, ma'am.
It's just slowly uploading. There we go. So 2659, another closer photo of the knee.
Correct.
And then here you brought out the measuring. Is that correct?
With scale, yes, ma'am.
And that's 2660 for the record.
Correct.
And this is a different angle of the knee on 2661.
From the right side, yes, ma'am.
And 2662, a different angle.
Yes.
And 2663, yes?
Correct.
Oh, sorry. And what is this picture of?
Right knee area.
And what are you doing in photo 2664?
Adding scale to the right knee.
And then what are you doing in photo 2665?
Miss Redlick had stated that she had pain on this left side of the head, so I was documenting this as well.
And 2666, is that a closer view of that documentation?
It is.
And 2667, a closer photo?
Yes.
And then what are you doing in photo 2668?
Adding a scale to the area she pointed out to me.
And then is this your closing photo?
It is.
Okay. Now, we didn't see any photos of her actual wrists. Why did you not take any photos of the insides of the defendant's wrists?
I took photos of the areas that she allowed me to photograph.
So the defendant did not allow you to take a photograph of the inside of wrists?
Section leading.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Correct.
So after finishing taking the photos, did you collect, what did you do before you left the hospital?
Met with Officer Galloway. He turned over the clothing that he had received from the hospital to me.
And you said, and what type of, what did Officer Galloway turn over to you?
The clothing that she was wearing and collected evidence by the medical staff.
And then besides the clothing, did you also collect some gauze?
I did.
You're gonna have permission to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states AO and AP. I'm handing the witness what's been marked for identification as states AO. Do you recognize states AO?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AO?
This is my evidence tape. These are my seals. This is my signature and initials.
And is this the shirt in which you collected from Officer Galloway at the hospital?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers what's marked for identification as states AO into evidence.
Any objection?
No, I don't have an objection to both of these coming in.
All right, so what letter is that? AO? That's the next numbered exhibit? That'll be admitted?
State Exhibit 19.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification as states AP. Do you recognize states AP?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AP?
This is my writing. This is my tape seals. These are my initials and signature.
And what is states AP?
It's the gauze swab collected from the hospital.
And are these the swabs that you took from Officer Galloway?
They are.
And were these gauze kept in your care, custody, and control until you submitted them into evidence?
Yes,
And was this also sent off to FDLE?
it was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers what's marked for identification as states AP into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Any objection on AP?
No.
AP is the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 20.
So after collecting the clothing and the gauze from Officer Galloway, what did you do next?
Went back to the Winter Park Police Department to submit this evidence into our evidence unit.
And after submitting the evidence, what did you do?
And then returned to the scene to assist CST Sunville.
And when you returned to the scene, do you remember approximately what time you returned to the scene?
Around 5 o'clock, but I can certainly tell you if you allow me to.
So does your recollection need to be refreshed?
Please.
Please look at your report, and once your recollection's been refreshed, just look up.
I cleared the station at 4 p.m. and returned to the station. Returned back to the scene.
And what time did you arrive at the scene?
Approximately 16:25.
So 16:25 is.
Sorry, 4:25 p.m.
So when you arrived at the scene, what was the first step that you did in order to assist CST Sandoval?
At that point, the search warrant had been signed, and I was asked to videotape inside the residence.
And how do you go about videotaping, or how did you go about videotaping the inside of the residence?
Very similar to what we do with the photo log. We'll do establishing opening shots, and then as this home was large, we'll segment it out around the home itself.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states L. I'm having the witness what's mark identification as states L. Do you recognize states L?
I do.
How do you recognize states L?
This is my initials on the disc I reviewed earlier.
And when you reviewed this disc earlier, did it have the video in which you were just speaking of?
Yes,
And was this video a fair and accurate representation of the scene as you documented it on that day?
it was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers with mark identification as states L into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
L is the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 21.
So when you do a documentation like this, do you just put the video in and press play or no?
No, ma'am.
So how did you document the scene?
First thing we're going to do is set up an establishing date and time, just like you saw in my photos, what time we open the video log, and then we will segment it as we go through the residence.
Could you describe the jury what that was?
It's the introduction, it's the opening of the video log at that date and time for that case number.
And when did you start this video?
16:30, which is 4:30 p.m.
So moving on to video 10.
This is the front of the residence from the east side. This is the front of the residence from the north side.
Video 12. As you entered the house that morning, or I guess afternoon at this point.
We're in full Tyvek suits. I am head to toe covered in those white suits that you see to protect, to make sure that I don't bring any trace evidence into that scene.
Video 14.
14 is the formal dining room to the south bedrooms and the kitchen area.
CST Bigley, at this point in time, when you're making and creating this video, has the initial photographs already been done by CST Sandoval?
I don't know that. I can tell you that there were and its contents.
Video. CST Bigley, as you're walking through the house, what, if any, steps are you doing and trying to avoid stepping on the evidence, the blood?
So we're wearing protective clothing. So I'm wearing Tyvek boots, but doing my best to, of course, avoid any evidence that we come across.
So moving on to file 17.
This is the family room back to the kitchen.
some other angles, and we'll get back to those in a little bit. So after you finished with and documenting the scene with the video, what, if anything, did you do next?
Later that evening, it was my job to assist CST Sunball with evidence collection.
Okay. And this was after photos were taken and evidence was marked, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you assist at all in deciding what pieces of evidence were going to be marked or how that was going to occur?
I was more of a collection role than actual marking. That was Carla that would do that.
And is that because she was kind of the lead CSI on this case?
She was.
So you went through and you collected some different evidence, is that right?
I did.
Okay, so I'm going to chat about the different evidence that you collected. Let's start with the office. Well, let's see. You're under permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Let the record reflect. I'm showing counsel was marked as composite BM. And notice composite BM. Do you recognize composite BM?
I do.
And what is composite BM?
These were the knives located in the sink.
There's multiple photos here, is that correct?
Do I review all these kinds of
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am. These are all evidence items that we collected on scene.
And are these photos of those items?
They are.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict where those items were located on scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers was to mark identification as composite BM into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
BM is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 22.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is BM5. And can you tell the jury where this is located?
It's the office area located off the hallway.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel is marked as AM. And the witness was marked for identification as AM. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And how do you recognize this?
These are my tape seals, initials, signature.
And were you the individual who collected this from the scene?
I did.
And was this in your sole care, custody, control until you bagged it and put it into evidence?
Yes.
During this time, the state offers was marked for ID and states AM into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any okay. AM is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 23.
And where was this located? In the house.
That was located in the office area.
BM6. Do you recognize BM6?
I do.
And what is BM6?
A black shirt
And where was the black shirt located?
at evidence marker 1, which was underneath the towels.
And this, and could you describe what this is?
Appears to be a hole in the shirt.
And is this a close-up of this?
It is.
And where was this located?
In the hallway adjacent to the cleaning bucket.
Commissioner Prochar,
Yes, ma'am.
approaching opposing counsel to mark for identification as states AR. Do you recognize states AR?
I do.
And what is states AR?
This is that black Nike t-shirt.
The one that we were just talking about?
Yes,
And is this the shirt that you collected?
it is.
And was it in your sole care, custody, control until you put it into evidence?
Correct.
And is those your evidence, your initials, and
My initials, date, time, and signature.
is this also, and did this actually get sent to FTLE?
It did.
And at this time, the state offers was a mark for identification as AR into evidence.
Objection.
Objection.
AR is admitted as the next exhibit.
State Exhibit 24.
Do any of you need to take a comfort break right now? Or is everyone okay? Are you okay? Y'all is good? All right.
Going back for just a quick moment to what's now states 20. States 23.
The Samsung laptop with power cord. It's marked as evidence marker 8, which is evidence tag 9.
Okay. And so where was this actually located?
One Samsung laptop with power cord was covered from the kitchen table.
Okay, so it was not found in the den?
This was not from the office, no ma'am.
Okay, so because before you said it was found in the office, it was actually found on the kitchen table, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. So moving on to some, did you collect any other additional evidence that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to BM5. You did tell the jury what this is
At the hallway outside of the kitchen in front of the the downstairs bedrooms and towel location.
And did you collect any evidence from,
Correct.
and what did you collect from this location?
I did.
And then also in the same location, looking at EM number 2, you describe what this is,
Evidence marker 1 is 9 towels.
and did you collect the towels?
I did.
Commissioner Prodan?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching the witness. The mark for identification is AQ. Pending the witness with the mark for identification. You recognize AQ?
I do.
And how do you recognize AQ?
It has my markings and my writing on the outside, including my tape seals.
And what's the mark for identification as AQ?
This was collected from evidence marker 1. It's listed as evidence tag 22, which is those 9 towels
And where was this located again?
in the hallway.
And did you collect this item?
I did.
And was it in your sole care, custody, and control until you submitted to evidence?
Correct.
And is this your evidence? Mark. At this time, the state offers with mark for identification as states AQ into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
AQ was admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 25.
Commissioner Procharner?
Yes, ma'am.
States. Commissioner opposing counsel mark for identification states AS. And this is mark for identification as states AS. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize this?
These are my tape seal, signature, and initials.
And what is in AS?
This was the liquid sample collected from that bucket.
And were you the one who collected the sample?
Yes,
And did you collect the sample and put it into this larger bag?
I did.
And was in your sole care, custody, and control until you put it in this bag?
Correct.
Until you sealed it?
Correct.
And did you send this off to FDLE?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers with some marking to evidence the state AS.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
AS is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 26.
At any point in time, did you collect any lab cans?
Yes.
At this time, the state is showing EM3 for the composite. And where were these located?
Those were located in the hallway of the master bedroom to the master bath.
And you collected them?
I did.
And they were at marker 15?
Evidence marker 15.
Commissioner Approach.
Yes.
Showing up proposing counsel some mark identification states A1. And the witness with mark identification states AY. Do you recognize states AY?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AY?
This is my information on the outside. This is my signature and tape seals.
And were you the one who collected this?
Yes.
And was in your sole care, custody, and control until you put it in that bag?
Yes,
And did you submit this to FDLE?
I did.
At this time, the state offers was marked as evidence that states AY.
Any objection?
No objection.
AY is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 27.
At any point in time in the evening, did you collect any knowledge? Can you tell the jury where this home was located?
Evidence marker 4 was the one that you saw in the video on the floor in the kitchen.
And then we're gonna be looking at BM 8 and 9. So could you describe to the jury what this is a photo of?
In the kitchen, these were the knives that were in the sink.
And then the other photo, could you describe to the jury what this is a photo of?
This is documenting them with evidence markers.
So it's the same knives, just with the evidence markers?
That's correct.
And these are the knives that you collected?
Correct.
Commissioner Furrier?
Ma'am?
Council's remark for identification states AU. States AW. States AX and AT. So we'll start off with states AU. Do you recognize states AU?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AU?
This is my nomenclature. These are my tape seals.
And is this, and what marker did that come from?
This is evidence marker 5, which was located in the sink.
And was this the knife that you collected that evening?
It is.
And was it in your sole care custody control until you put it in the box?
Yes.
And did you ship that to FDLE?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state offers what's been marked for identification as states AU into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
AU is the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 28.
Showing you what's been marked for identification as states AW. Do you recognize states AW?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AW?
My nomenclature. These are my markings.
And what evidence marker did you collect that from?
Evidence marker 6
And where was that located?
in the sink.
And did you keep that knife in your sole care custody control to put in the box?
I did.
And was this one of the knives that went to FDLE?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state offers what's marked for identification as states AW.
Any objection?
No judge, no objection.
So AW will be admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 29.
And then I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as state AX. Do you recognize states AX?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AX?
My writing, my nomenclature, my tape seals.
And what marker did that come from?
Evidence marker 7
And where was that located?
in the sink.
And were you the one that collected that?
I did.
And was it in your sole care custody control? Did you put it into the box and sealed it?
It was.
And did this also go to FDLE?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers what's marked for identification as states AX into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
AX is the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 30.
So this time, I'm showing you what's been marked as for identification as states AT. Do you recognize states AT?
I do.
And how do you recognize states AT?
This is my writing, my nomenclature, my tape seals.
And where was states AT located?
Evidence marker 4, which is on the floor of the kitchen.
And did you collect this?
I did.
Was in your sole care custody control until you sealed it and put it in the box?
It was.
And did you ship that to FDLE?
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state offers what's marked for identification as states AT into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
AT is admitted as the state's next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 31.
So after you collected all of the evidence, did you do anything else that evening?
Went back to the station to submit and secure those items.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Any cross-examination, Mr. Parnell?
Yes. Afternoon, Mr. Redlick.
Afternoon, Counsel.
When you went to the hospital, you were describing some photographs you took as overalls.
Correct.
Those were, for context, kind of completeness of the exhibit, right?
Sure.
Those are ones you chose to take.
Yes.
And then there were photographs that you said Ms. Redlick had indicated that she had some sort of injury, and you took photographs of those parts of her body where she indicated something was amiss there.
I did.
You yourself noticed bruises on her body.
I did.
So on the left arm,
Correct.
neck area, knee area, you noticed all those?
I did.
When you said that she drew your attention to her head, you said that she mentioned pain, right?
She mentioned an injury.
Okay. In your direct, you had said specifically that she had mentioned pain on her head. Do you recall that?
Okay.
She didn't describe that as a big cut on her head or bleeding from the head or anything more specific than pain.
That's fair.
Okay. Galloway was there with you, or I guess Galloway was the person that took photos before you arrived, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long before you arrived?
I don't know when he got there, no, sir.
But he was still there when you got there.
He was.
And so when you were taking photos of Miss Redlick, he was still there.
Correct.
And then after that, you collected the clothing from him and the photographs from him.
That's correct.
Was he in the room with you the whole time?
No,
He was right outside?
he was outside.
You remember the condition that the black shirt was in that you had collected from Miss Redlick, or sorry, that Miss Redlick had, her shirt?
No, sir.
Was seeing the shirt itself refresh your recollection as to its condition? The shirt would refresh your recollection as to what it looked like at the time.
If I can describe it, yes, sir.
It looked like, did you remember any defects in Miss Redlick's shirt?
No, her clothing was not searched, sir.
For purposes, I have state 19. What I would ask is if you could remove the shirt from the bag and observe it. Oh, did you bring your own gloves?
I did.
Came prepared. Are you able to remove the item? And is that Ms. Redlick's black shirt that was collected from her at the hospital?
It was.
We'll see if there's any damage on that, specifically if I can draw your attention to the right, where your right hand is. Right under the neckline. So what I'm looking at is right here. You see any tearing in this? Can you show that to the jury? And that shirt's been in either your own possession or at least possession of the police department ever since it was collected?
I can check, sir, but it's been opened by someone else as well.
Do you know when that was?
I haven't checked this.
Does it say on there?
So this was also processed by FDLE.
Okay, so you've already answered that on direct, but it's been in the possession of law enforcement since it was collected on January 12th.
Yes.
You were there with Ms. Sundval the entire time during the search warrant in the afternoon?
No,
You were just there for part of it?
I was.
And you said on direct, I believe, that she was kind of leading the charge as to what's being photographed, what's being collected, and you were more just following orders on that?
That's correct.
The videos that you took, that was an undisturbed crime scene.
Correct.
So things that were on the video in certain locations, that's how they were found when you guys went in the door.
That's correct.
So the knife that you saw was just out in the open, out in the floor open like that.
That's correct.
Those towels were just out in the floor open at the base of the stairs?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You may step down. State your next witness.
UOEHR. My first name is Pamela.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Would you please tell the jury where you're employed?
I work at Winter Park Police Department in Winter Park, Florida.
What do you do for the Winter Park Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to the General Assignment Criminal Investigation Division,
How long have you been so assigned?
5.5 years.
What are your duties within the General Investigation Unit with the City of Winter Park Police?
So We investigate all types of crimes from anywhere from vehicle burglary to sexual batteries to homicides. And we make sure that we also interview people, and we go to crime scenes and gather information and work alongside our crime scene techs on cases. We also work together as a unit on some of the bigger cases that we have.
How long have you worked in this capacity in this general investigations unit?
5.5 years.
Detective in state of Florida versus Danielle Redlick.
I was.
How was it that you ended up being the lead in this particular case?
So when we're assigned to the criminal investigation division, we're put on call. And on call, we usually have a day that we're on call, and we rotate weekends. So there's 6 detectives assigned to the unit. So every 6th weekend, we're primary on call. And some of our other detectives are secondary on call. This particular weekend, I happened to be primary on call, so I received the call to come out.
Just happened to be your weekend.
Happened to be my weekend.
Approximately what time were you notified of the fact that it was something that you needed to respond to?
It was a little before 10, I would say about 9:40. I arrived on scene at 10:06.
Did you get a general briefing about what it is you were about to encounter prior to your arrival, or was it until your actual arrival?
So when my sergeant calls us out, they usually give us a brief overview of what we're going to, so we can prepare ourselves to what type of call it is and get in line of what I need, how many detectives I would need, other resources that we might need. So this day I received some information prior to arriving on scene.
What did you know about the scene that you were responding to, the call for service that caused you to be pulled away from your weekend and begin investigating this case?
Sure. So I learned that there was a 911 call that occurred, and the caller on the 911 call said that her husband had passed away the night before, possibly from a heart attack or possibly that he was stabbed. There was an altercation that occurred. And so we were responding to that.
Describe the scene, what's going on scene upon your arrival.
Once I arrived on scene, I parked out on the street. I saw that the road officers had already secured the scene with crime scene tape, which is normal. I went onto the driveway. I noticed there was 3 black cars parked in the driveway. There were eggs, broken eggs on the driveway, and also on the car, on one of the cars. The Miss Redlick was standing in front of the garage with the fire department personnel. I went over and talked to the officers to make sure that the house was secure, meaning that it had already been cleared. There was nobody in there that was still a threat, and that nobody was from law enforcement or no other witnesses were inside the residence.
Did you make contact with Miss Redlick at this point?
I did not.
And do you see the person that you would eventually come to make contact with here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Is identify him by an article of clothing.
Sure, she's wearing a white jacket.
So, did Miss Redlick remain on scene?
She did not remain on scene. She was transported to the hospital.
Were you able to, or any other law enforcement officers able to immediately enter that home on Temple Drive at this stage of the investigation?
No, our protocol when an event like this happens, we all back out of the house. We don't go in, and we obtain a search warrant to go into the house.
You mentioned that she was being treated by fire department personnel. Would you and your team that worked this case later interview those folks?
Yes.
You mentioned that this all started with some sort of 911 call.
Yes.
And you were aware of some of the information that had been relayed in that 911 call.
I was.
In the early stages of your investigation, did you get access to that 911 call and have a chance to review it?
I did. I was given access and reviewed it.
Through the, well, let me show defense counsel what is marked as states A for identification purposes. Permission to approach.
Yes.
Detective Ware, I'm showing you what's marked as states A. Do you recognize states A?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Because my initials are here with the date of when I reviewed it with you.
Prior to your testimony, we reviewed it.
Yes,
And does it contain a 911 call?
it does.
Does it contain the 911 call that you got access to in those early stages of your investigation?
It does.
Through the course of your investigation, did you have a chance to familiarize yourself with Ms. Redlick's voice?
Yes, I did.
In person
Yes,
and also over the phone?
yes,
And based off all of that, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call that Ms. Redlick placed on January 12th, 2019?
it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states A for identification purposes.
Any objection?
No objection.
States A will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 32.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
We had altercations and stabbed himself, and I ran into the bathroom, and then when I came out, I tried to help him, and I thought he was blinding his wife. And you say you had to help him out, and then correct, yes. Alright. And then I tried to help him, and I woke up, sitting up next to him, and I've been trying to figure out what to do. Right. I got you. I'll be some help, You all had an application last time, correct? Yes. All right. What's your name? Danielle? Are there any weapons on scene now? Tonight. Tonight. He said he was 64, right? 65. I'm sorry? 65. 65. So, okay. Go ahead and give me your first name again, because I don't want to call your name. Danielle? Danielle. Okay, so Danielle, let me ask you this. So did he stab himself last night? Past last night? And you just didn't know what to do? So, yes. Okay. Were you all drinking? He was. He was? Yes, he was. And the altercation was the night before too, and I left the house. And took my children with me because he was dancing then too. Were your kids there last night during this altercation? No, they were not. They were not here, and they're not here now. And you first said that you thought he had a heart attack. So do you think it was a heart attack, or do you think it was due to the fact that he passed away? Probably the attitude, I guess. I don't know. It's a shoulder wound. You said it's a shoulder wound? Right. I'm just getting all this information. Okay. Um, 45. Everything told me for the call, okay, I have multiple units in the meeting, I have to stand by. Give me your husband's first name. Michael, what's the last name? R-E-D-L-E-C-K. What is the bedroom? 5153. You were just there right now, right? So your children are with you, right? No, they're not. Go ahead and move that knife away so my unit will be able to get in there. Are you able to put that? Oh, no. Where's the knife? Oh, in the kitchen.
She worked the area. We set up here.
Daniel, what's the last name? R-E-D-L-E-C-K. George, verify your phone number for me. Number 901-355-4234. And at what time do you think you all have this altercation and those factors? I think it started around 10:30. He was actually choking me and trying to suffocate me first. I actually went for the knife. And he was screaming, what are you gonna do? Give you a staffing keep record. When I told him that it didn't need a motion, and I ran out of the room.
So you say around 10:30 p.m.
I think,
And we need to go back and check on him, or did you stay there?
you know, I stayed in the bathroom for a while, and he came to the bathroom door and was closed, and he was screaming stuff. I was just trying to stay away from him, and I heard some moaning and stuff, and I was scared. I finally went to check on him, and I could see that he was out of it. And I was slipping on his blood, and it was heavily bloody. So I tried to, I was ready, he was already, I was trying to give him mouth to mouth.
Is there a reason why you didn't call last night?
Yeah, and I was really afraid, and I didn't think that Michael believed me. And I was just trying to get him to wake up. And I was exhausted after I fell asleep, sitting up next to him. I tried to hurt myself this morning. I don't think this is what's good for me. The emergency people are here.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, okay? Go ahead and speak with them.
Pardon?
Go ahead and speak with them.
Did you speak with them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Detective Ware, so that was the 911 call that led to your response, the other officer's response, FD's response. And you mentioned that Ms. Redlick, instead of making contact with her at that moment in time, she was going to be transported to the hospital.
That's correct.
Did you have anyone from law enforcement accompany her to the hospital?
I did. We had an officer that rode with her in the ambulance and also one that met her down there.
Was Ms. Redlick under police custody at this point in time?
No, she was not.
Were you responsible for making the request to have photographs taken of Ms. Redlick there on scene?
Yes, I was.
You mentioned that the process to obtain a search warrant was underway and you couldn't enter the home. What did you decide to do during this time period?
During this time period, I took that time to go down to the hospital with another detective to see if I could talk to Ms. Redlick.
What was the purpose of making contact with Ms. Redlick at this point?
We knew that she had 2 minor children, and we needed to find out the whereabouts of those children to make sure that they were safe, and also see if there was any relatives in the area that for next of kin issues. And really, another reason is to find out what happened.
Who were you with?
I was with Detective Wagner
Where did you end up making contact with Ms. Redlick at?
in the emergency room.
Kind of describe, you've seen the photos
Yes.
of Ms. Redlick. Is that the area that you made contact with her at?
Yes.
Was that interaction recorded?
Yes, it was.
Does this recording capture the entirety of your interactions with Ms. Redlick during this encounter at the hospital?
Yes, it does.
So there's no pre-interview or sort of, conversation that you had before you go on the record.
No.
It's all here in the recording.
Yes.
And showing defense counsel was marked as states D for identification purposes. Prior to your testimony here today, did we have a chance to review the contents of states D?
We did.
And does it contain a fair and accurate depiction of the interview you conducted with Ms. Redlick at the hospital?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move in evidence to what's marked as state D for identification purposes.
The objection.
No objection.
D is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 33.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
This is Detective Ware, January 12th, 2019. The time is 13:06. The case number is 2019 460053. I will be talking to Danielle Redlick, white female, 11373, with Detective Wagner at Florida South.
Detective Ware, is this what is commonly referred to as a surreptitiously recorded interview?
Yes.
So you don't have your recorder out in Miss Redlick's face?
No, I don't.
Where is it?
It's in a folder. I have a folder that I bring with a notepad, and it's in there.
So have you started the recording before you're in her presence?
Yes.
And if we were to listen to the entire recording, are we going to hear sort of a section of you kind of walking and making your way through the hospital to gain access to her?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll try to jump to when there's actually something going on.
I know that you have the doctors coming here and talking and stuff. Okay. I wanted to ask you just some information about the kids and that you have any next of kin or any family in the area or all that. Okay. No, I'm worried about them. Okay. The contact information for where they're at is in your phone, is that correct? It is, yes. Okay, and from what I understand, your son is staying with Marcia and David? Mm-hmm. Okay, somewhere on Hall Road?
Yeah, off of Paul, yeah, their address is Lonsdale is their street.
Lonsdale?
Lonsdale, I think it's L.
Okay.
That's the street, on Miller Park.
Okay. Okay, and your son's name is Ryan?
No, that's his friend.
Oh, that's his friend's name. Sawyer? Can you spell that for me? Okay. And how old is he?
He's 7.
Okay. And your daughter? Okay.
15.
Okay. And she's staying at Mary's house? Okay. And you don't know Ashley is her mom?
Actually, the mom.
Okay. It's okay, if you can't remember, we'll try to make contact with them.
There's actually text messages from both those individuals to me before I left for home today.
Okay.
Confirming that they were in a case history for those.
Okay.
So you can find both of them in there.
Okay. So, you're not going to need help with us at all, okay? I just want you to know that. We just kind of want to get some type of information as to what happened. If you're willing to talk to us, that'd be good. For us to know kind of what happened. But it's, if you were.
They want to say that. Really concerned about my kids going into that. What do you do about that?
So, are there any, you don't have any family in the area or anything like that?
I think we got, we were So he doesn't either.
Okay, where's the closest family for him?
They have some cousins that occasionally visit our state of Florida part of the year. For me, it would be a while, I think.
Okay, is it okay to visit them?
Yeah. I'm not saying the question, but.
That's the doctor. I think the doctor, I think because of your injuries, I think they are looking at the correct him. So, right now, okay. So is that what they said?
They initially said after.
Okay, that's, we were told the same thing, so it looks like, that might be what they're doing. So maybe after, you get into the facility and they, I don't see, I don't know, doctors would have to tell you whether or not they can see the things.
Well, who tells them this then? They can't just, my husband's gone.
So what will happen is we would notify them, what happened. Yeah.
He said if I'm unable to return, if you can't talk to me immediately, you'll be able to.
Where do you, is there any?
He's our best friend. Be your person to maybe be with them or. Oh, my neighbor was annoying, said she, he's a good friend. Lots of her husband's trouble with it. They're close.
Is that the one in the blue house?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that?
There's Jan.
Other than that, there's some.
Where did he go?
So the medical examiner will, take him and they'll do an autopsy and, do their, and determine what happened and, they'll be there until, you know, and, I'll get all that information for you, so that when you get the, we'll have all that information, about the contact data and did you have any, all arrangements or anything like that? Okay.
Where did he get it?
Okay. They're really good at, being able to provide information and things like that.
Okay. Sorry. Where did he get it?
Understand.
I believe, yes, he did. I just have to move a little bag up. Yeah, I feel really badly. I don't know if you can see here, but my hair was pulled.
know that they're best friends and they're so, so we wanted to talk to you first if you're willing to.
I mean, I'm definitely willing, I'm just afraid. What do you want me to describe what I noticed, what happened?
I don't want you to sound like whatever you feel comfortable telling me.
I can tell you that we've been kind of Thursday, was very belligerent and distraught. Found out, she got a text from another man to me, and we had some issues like last year. Basically, she had me to do a big, long drawn out thing, and we finally came around to bring it together again and possibly try to work it through with it. So it's really glad to have you. And my probably separate and so there were just other things that had happened that I felt, okay, talking to them, to text her. Anyway, that really angered him, and when it happened to me, it really upset me. So Thursday, I ended up leaving home literally, distressed for the kids. My daughter was highly in agreement, and the two of them were yelling at each other. I said, okay, that's it, we're leaving. So I took her with me to a friend's house. And my son wanted to stay in the room and watch her. He wasn't necessarily being, he was belligerent, but he wasn't being physically harmful to the kids. But my daughter did get into her stages. We were at problems, and it was like, wow, let's draw the line. She's 15. She just was, I would have playing back and following me around the house and trying not to engage. I locked myself in the bathroom, broke the door open. He was scaring me. So I decided to leave. And he was drinking heavily. My daughter poured out the vodka. And I said, you may not pour that. You may not want to pour all that out because then you can pass out. So I can come home at some point. And my son had texted me at that point and said, my dad was passed out. So I think more than to see. He continued on his day Friday to work. And I did my day. I had some Skype texts over during the day. We and nursing football came together that evening, and it was after the 24 days. Once again, we came before the opportunity. And we were really heavy. And it just started, and then I think that's about what I was comfortable talking about currently. Okay. That's kind of, yeah. Unfortunately, very angry. And you know what? When he did his knee and stuff, there was always, it wasn't even near what he did either, but I was trying to get him to think a little more fairly. When you asked me to tolerate mine and stuff, and long story short, that's happened. And then, going by, he's a friend.
Okay. Were your kids there last time?
No.
Okay.
They were not there, otherwise I would have taken them up.
Okay. So after they came,
After he came and said, with his buddy, like, CT, I think asked.
Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have one little running inside. And my daughter, I took her all over the lines. She wanted me to be over there. had approached me earlier, and Mark, and said, when we were talking, he said, when you're ready, and then he started spewing, so I said, okay, you're not ready, you know, so it's just. Pretty what going on in there. 17 years. So, yeah. About 5 years or so, he's stopped and, you know, ED is in the. Nevertheless, someone's mental shock. Is that where you want her? Perhaps for now, I don't know. She's wanting to be able to take care of them. Consistently, I have other people who are already offers people who have been able to drive by my house when these people going on. Okay. So I know that he has another friend who lives around the corner, Brian Rowell. Actually, I think his father is a sheriff. Brian, or Sawyer has another friend. Brian. That's possible. Well, I don't see the evaluation. They're talking about that. Right now, that's the doctor. It's on one. So the doctor is their care. So. It makes it worse than that. Not knowing what's going on. What would they say about me? We would just say, we might give it details, we artists, tell them that there's a possibility, and then you work with us. Is there anything specific you want me to tell them, or? Yeah, Caesar. And I don't know what was last name. And I don't know that person. She's okay. Being complimentary. Basically, asked me out. This is not go. What school does your son go to? Okay, well, that's what you do. And your daughter, does she wherever? Right, he has a lot of things they focus with all the policies. He needs semifinals for up. So she's gonna hold up. What do you think about? Oh, I can see that. One little more about what's happening in the future.
When you get out of the hospital, the best thing to do is to call. And then, you know, I can tell you how it is. Kind of what's going on.
Was it a day or two, or?
They usually, they don't, will probably perform an autopsy on Monday. I would say it's about the more.
In my home? What school? Probably food.
Yeah, we're gonna, we'll see. If you're in a hospital, we'll have to notify the Department of Children and Families, so that you can kind of find the best place for your children to stay. They might use that. I'm not sure how it works. As far as that's concerned, they usually less traumatic
My dad's already gone. Did you see that? Okay, so this is what I understand. They say I'm not being held, but the doctors are evaluating my
being held by the police department.
So the hospital?
Correct.
Okay.
You met with a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So otherwise, if they conclude that I
I'm not sure.
they're not sure of the investigation.
Correct. Everybody correct? We would like you to come back with us to the department and talk to us, if you're comfortable. But, from what I understand, I think they are going to help you for all of this. Just worry about your.
And did you tell her that there was no reason why she couldn't go talk to Miss Redlick?
Yes, she could go talk to her.
Would you later speak to Miss Tucker about the conversation that she had with Miss Redlick?
I did.
All right, let's return to the scene. The warrant was obtained.
Yes, it was.
And did you enter the home?
I did.
What is the purpose of the lead detective actually making entry into the scene?
So as a lead detective, we work with our crime scene technicians and we do a walkthrough at the beginning of the scene to kind of see the layout and see what evidence we need to further the investigation. And at this point, I went into the home and did a walkthrough and kind of pointed out what I was looking for and what should be collected. And we kind of work side by side together.
Part of this walkthrough, part of this collaboration included making some observations of the victim.
Yes.
Did you notice anything that appeared to you to be consistent with vomit in the proximity of Mr. Redlick?
No, there was no vomit.
And that was something that Ms. Redlick said had occurred.
Yes.
Did you notice something else on his clothing there on scene that you would get a better look at when you attended the autopsy?
I did. I noticed that on his pant legs, there seemed to be like a white mucousy substance consistent with egg whites, uncooked egg whites.
Were you there on scene when the medical examiner investigator took possession of the body?
I was.
Were you present when the items were removed from Mr. Redlick's pockets?
I was.
I'm showing defense counsel what has been marked as states BL for identification purposes. Detective Ware, I'm showing you what's marked as BL for identification purposes.
Yes,
Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Do you recognize it to be a fair and accurate depiction of the contents of Mr. Redlick's pockets?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states BL for identification purposes.
Any objection? No objection. BL is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 35.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Publishing states 35. Detective Ware, I want to talk to you about this cell phone. What kind of cell phone is that?
It's a Google Pixel 2.
We discussed that the iPhone that was recovered from Miss Redlick was forensically extracted by the Winter Park Police Department
Yes,
and then later the sheriff's office.
yes.
Was there an attempt made to perform a forensic extraction from the phone that was removed from Mr. Redlick's pockets?
Yes, there were several attempts made.
Were they all unsuccessful?
Yes, they were.
Did you seek help beyond even the state of Florida in trying to bypass that security and obtain an extraction from the phone?
Yes, we contacted the Secret Service to see if they could extract it.
Did you in fact send the phone to the Secret Service?
We did.
And were they able to obtain any sort of meaningful extraction from the phone?
No, they were not.
Part of the reason why there was some follow-up to try to locate passwords at a later point.
Yes.
Through the course of your investigation, did you establish cell phone numbers that were associated with both of those devices?
We did.
And did you obtain via a warrant what are referred to as call detail records?
Yes, we did.
Will you explain just very generally what call detail?
Like every phone has GPS and location and who they call and what times and things like that. And that's basically what the call detail records are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what has been marked as states S for identification purposes and states T for identification purposes pursuant to the notice of intent to rely on business record certification.
Is there any objection?
Can I take a look? What is S&T?
State's Exhibit S will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit, and State's Exhibit T will be the next numbered exhibit after S.
S, State Exhibit 36, T, State Exhibit 37.
So could you go ahead and just tell the jury the numbers associated with Danielle's phone and the number associated with Michael's phone?
Sure. Danielle's phone was, oops, sorry. 901-355-4234. And Michael's phone was 408-829-1960.
Hold on just a second. Detective Ware, which exhibit is the 901 phone?
The 901 phone is Exhibit S.
Okay, so that's number 36, and the 408 is Exhibit T, that's admitted as 37. All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggins?
You previously mentioned that you reviewed the contents of the cell phone extractions obtained from Ms. Redlick's phone.
Yes.
And did you also review the records that were obtained from the cellular provider of Ms. Redlick's cell phone number?
Yes, I did.
And based off of comparing those two, did it lead you to believe that Ms. Redlick had deleted information off her phone in and around the time of the homicide?
Yes.
And why was that?
I'm assuming to hide text messages between her.
Well, I don't want you to talk about why you think she did it. What was missing?
There was text messages that she said that they had communicated through. There was no text messages.
Did you provide these records, or were these records provided to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement electronic surveillance team in order to produce a mapping presentation?
Yes, I did.
So once again, we're going to return to the scene. At the stage that things are being moved around and looked under and through, did you actually locate some evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what evidence did you actually locate?
We located, there was towels that were piled up next to the stair. There was a mop that had blood on it, and a bucket full of like pink liquid that was on by the stairs. There was also knives. There was a knife in the doorway, knives in the kitchen sink, and there was a shirt that it was like a black Nike shirt that had a cut in it.
Trash. There was some trash that you actually discovered.
Sure. In the kitchen trash, I looked in the trash, and there was a McDonald's bag with containers that had blood on it with a receipt from McDonald's.
Is that of the trash and that 11th, 2019 at 9:43 p.m. Did it cause you and your investigative team to do some follow-up to try to locate surveillance video from that particular McDonald's?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as states Approaching the witness yard.
Yes.
Detective Ware, you recovered some McDonald's video from this particular, or McDonald's video, let me say this again, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Surveillance video was recovered from this particular McDonald's.
Yes.
And you reviewed it.
Yes.
And we've had a chance to review it.
Yes.
And is it consistent with the video that is contained on this particular disc?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move in evidence what's been marked as State's J for identification purposes.
Any objection?
Objection.
J is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 38.
Okay, so does that about cover what you did on the 12th?
Yes.
What did you do on the 13th?
I went to the medical examiner's office and observed the autopsy.
Witness was marked as State's K for identification purposes. Approaching the State's K. Detective Ware, do you recognize State's K in the images contained within this composite exhibit?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict surveillance stills from that surveillance video that we just admitted into evidence?
Yes, they do.
And does it show actually Miss Redlick at the window?
It does.
And then the next frame shows the vehicle and the license plate that she attached to that vehicle during this particular visit.
Yes.
All right, this time the state would seek to move into evidence what's marked as State's K for identification purposes.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
Letter K is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 39.
So here we see Miss Redlick in the McDonald's drive-through at about 9:10. Her husband died.
Yes.
We can see the license plate as she pulls off.
Correct.
Did you discuss the medical examiner's findings after the conclusion of the autopsy?
Yes.
Now, up until this point, based on all the information that you had from the 911 call, your conversation with Miss Redlick, did you believe her to be claiming that Mr. Redlick basically brought about his own death?
Yes.
Did the autopsy results as shared to you by the medical examiner give you reason to believe that that was not true?
Yes.
Would you end up speaking with Miss Redlick on the 13th, briefly?
Yes. We're going to do 10 more minutes. There's a video, an audio that the state is going to be playing at this in the next few minutes. So 10 more minutes, please.
So you would end up speaking with Miss Redlick on the 13th.
I did.
Did you provide her with your phone number during the course of that first hospital encounter? And did she use that to reach out to you?
She did.
And did you call her back?
I did.
Obviously not on her cell phone.
Correct. She was at the facility.
And was that call recorded?
It was.
Or I'm showing defense counsel what is marked as State's B for identification purposes. State's B. Commissioner Approach,
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as States B, do you recognize it?
I do.
And do you recognize it to contain a recording of that call that was placed on January 13th between you and Ms. Redlick?
I do.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of that call?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's been marked as States B for identification purposes.
Any objection? It's admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 40.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
The case number is 2019-46000053. The date is January 13th, 2019. I will be calling Danielle Redlick at phone number 407-264-7583 at the Central Florida Behavioral Center Palms Unit Nursing Home Station. The time is 15:16. Yes, ma'am. This is the next lawyer with our police department. I'm calling to talk to Danielle Redlick.
Okay, yes, I'm the house supervisor. Please, grammar. She, are we at transfer over there? Okay. All right, I'm gonna transfer you over to her. Okay, thank you. One second. Danielle, with the phone, we're
Hi, Danielle. This is Detective Ware with our police department. How are you doing? I just need to verify your date of birth.
373.
Okay, that's fine. I just need to make sure it was the person. What you say?
Yeah.
Okay. What can I do for you?
Well, I guess I have several questions here. My children, obviously, we talked about this briefly yesterday, but those three things are on my mind, and so I know that normally my role would be to take care of this stuff, so I'm looking for direction from you. I ended up getting a hold of a family member on my father, second. He picked up the information off of my daughter's social media, so I'm just getting a little concerned about, and I guess some of the people that they're saying was were DCF are saying that this could be affecting their family members now, so they're not able to, longer term take care of these small families. My son, but my father is, wanting to help out with that, so I guess I'm just trying to get some more definitive answers to try to do what he said. At least have direction moving forward. I have a few more other children concerning that, whether that might be.
Okay. Let me
available to her, so that you can call them and talk to them. They're going to be, they will to your husband's body until arrangements are made. So there's a funeral and things like that. So like, you don't have to worry about that. Because they'll hold on to his body until arrangements are able to be made. They understand, that he went to the hospital and stuff like that. So they're just, they could be the ones that release his body. But they won't release it. They'll release it to next of kin, which is you, or a funeral home that you set up to pick him up.
Okay, but, okay. If it's not immediate, obviously, funerals tend to be run away. It's not.
Right, so that they, as far as I know, they don't have a problem waiting. I'll tell you, he has to be picked up right there in the week. I don't know how they work. They're very, they try to work with the families of what's going on.
Yeah, that's fine. Right, because he's Jewish, and I'm not Muslim. I know the other family members he doesn't just speak to about, what that funeral would entail.
Okay, do you know, who, like a family member, is there somebody that I can contact in his family, or?
Yeah, it's also,
That's really up to you. Now if you,
I reported to the dispatcher when I called what happened, so I just wondered if you guys were just looking into it from there. I guess I'm just looking what to do here. It's just, speaking to get done. Wrong things or whatever.
right, so what you saw on the news is the only thing that we released to the media. Nothing else is going to be released because, we still have to investigate everything. And,
So, I guess I feel like I want to grab my phone.
right, well, the unit that you're in, they're not going to be able to give you your phone anyway, so. Right, but even if you had it, right, I understand. So if you need any phone numbers from your phone, I can get those for you and I'll call you back with them if you just give me a list of what phone numbers you need. I don't have a problem, getting those phone numbers for you. So that's fine.
Okay. And when would I be in touch with you on things, or are you just going to be updating me, or how does that work? I don't know when I'm released. At some point from here. I'm not on this, I don't know how long it's going to be being this, or.
Right, so, I will, I did tell, I don't know if you're finished talking to DCF, I know they have some things that they're going through also, so.
She said she was following the day by day and your lead.
Okay.
Anything with the kids and yeah.
Right, of course.
And I probably found out that you found out from our social media. And so he ended up getting in contact somehow, making calls to call her. And I would have called him and I was on the phone.
Right, of course. So I reached out to your mother and left a voicemail for him to call me because he called wanting to talk to me. And then I know that he has had contact with your daughter. So we don't, like, as far as the children and him coming down to help and things like that, that's like out of our hands. That's kind of easy. So, but I will let DCF know when the house is released and can be, released back to your, the family.
Okay, and do you have an idea when it could be?
It could be later today or tomorrow.
Okay. I was wondering if someone could get a grocery or something, but is that something that needs to be released first?
Yeah, so it would have to be released before somebody can go inside.
Okay.
But once that happens, they can go in and do whatever they need to get free clothes or whatever.
Okay. I think it is about the homeowners. I know my neighbor's home, they could have a can or home.
Okay.
And my daughters.
I have Jaden's number here. I can give you that.
Okay.
It's 317.
Yeah.
501. 1302.
And I was told that you were the one that informed the children that their dad.
So I was not the one. My sergeant was there, and also Victim Service Center. A lady from the Victim Service Center in Orange County, she actually did the notification to your children.
Okay. So do you know what they were told?
They were just told that your husband had passed away and that you were in the hospital, and that was it.
And so no one asked how?
No.
Okay.
And even if they did, we wouldn't have given them that information.
Okay, so that's just not being released yet, so you guys further determine on your end, is that right?
Correct, that won't be released.
Okay. All right, do you have any other advice or direction for me at this point?
No, just if you have any other questions, you are more than willing to reach out and contact me, and I'll get back to you.
Well, I'm willing to talk, I just want to make sure that that's okay. Like, I'm not opposed to it at all. I told everybody to sort of hear. And I guess yesterday I was just filling up with, just not knowing these situations are obviously, not very crappy when you're dealing with them.
Right.
So, yeah, I might just call that, and then perhaps I can call back and explain to you what they sent everyone else for. I don't know if you have access to those reports.
So, if you decide to, if you decide that you want to talk to me and tell me what happened, that's fine. I would just like to do it in person.
Okay.
So that way I just know, I know that it's you, but that way I can see, face to face.
Yeah, and I'd like to, so I just want to make sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's no problem. I will call you back as soon as I have that other number.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, no problem. You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are concluding for today.
The phone call.
Thank you. We're concluding evidence presentation for today. Just be mindful not to watch the news or talk to anyone about this. We are going to start tomorrow at 9:15. And we might do the same thing tomorrow. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to just leave at 5:30 tomorrow. Regardless of where we are in the testimony, we will leave tomorrow at 5:30. Have a good night. Thank you.